We're live, Mr. Mayor.
Microphone? All right. We good? Can you hear me now? All right. Everyone, welcome to your City Council meeting of Tuesday, February 21st, 2023, 6 p.m. here in City Council chambers. We're going to call our meeting to order and start with the Pledge of the Flag. And I'm going to invite down Molly Keene from American Martyrs. Come on down.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge loyalty to the King eternal, immortal, and invisible.
Hold on, don't run away. Hold on. All right. Molly. Quick in and quick exit too. Not before I call down your principal, Christopher Knowles, and I think we've got your teacher here, Ms. Sanchez, as well. They're going to come down and say some really nice things about you. Try and look happy about it.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. There you go.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, Molly Keene is a great representative of American Martyrs. She, every day, inside and outside of the classroom, has shown that she is a responsible student. She's honest, she's loyal, and she's just the biggest helper inside and out of the classroom. We couldn't be more proud of Molly. She's a great representative of what we stand for as our American Martyrs.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Molly. Molly, we could certainly use a lot of help here in City Hall, so we appreciate you coming down here and helping us start the meeting. So on behalf of my colleagues and the entire community of Manhattan Beach, I want to present you with this certificate to recognize you coming down here tonight helping us. And also I've got a city pin here, which my Mayor Pro Tem has abandoned me on. It's all right, I only have one hand. But aside from that, do you want to introduce anyone who's here with you tonight?
My mom, dad, and my brother, Eddie.
There you go. All right. Give them a round of applause. They're why she's so great. So thanks again for coming down. Appreciate it. And good luck with the rest of the school year. Thank you. Awkward pause. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. We want to take a picture? Let's see, Council. Molly, come on back. Let's take a picture.
Nice try, though. Sure. Sounds good.
I wanted you guys squeeze in there.
Someday, maybe we won't have to move the chair.
We're going to look at Lisa to your right. Paparazzi to the right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Parents up there.
Thank you.
Right.
That was free advertising for Beach City's Orthopedics. Hopefully they'll take that off my bill. Oh,
You have to report it, though.
where are we getting feedback?
No, maybe it was this. Okay. It's sometimes a little bit too loud.
All right.
This is just supplemental. Sometimes I can't.
All right. What? They're not staying for the meeting?
Screaming in my ear.
All right, next up, roll call.
Councilmember Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Howorth.
Here.
Councilmember Lesser. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Here.
Mayor Napolitano.
Here. And we're going to skip ceremonial calendar and move on to approval of agenda and waiver full reading of ordinances. If anyone on council is going to pull an item on the consent calendar, let us know now. And then we'll have a motion for approval of the agenda. Okay, no polls from the consent calendar?
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right. City Attorney, anything we need to waive? All right. We can vote. Voting screen, please. Okay, please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, I'm just starting to get this down. Couple more meetings, I'll be getting just right. All right. Okay. Wow, it's a hard audience tonight. Next up, City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events, 1 minute per person. If there's an upcoming event in the community, you want to let everybody know, come on down. You got 1 minute to let us know. And we'll start out with Manhattan Beach's own.
Yes, Alexandria Latrania, City of Manhattan Beach. The city's very excited to be unveiling the Bruce's Beach plaque on Saturday at 10 a.m. at Bruce's Beach Park. So we'll be having a dedication ceremony. And we're asking for everybody to please join us. It will be rain or shine, so we will be setting up a couple canopies to protect ourselves from the rain. But please be prepared for that and come with your umbrella. Excited to host it. So it's at 10 a.m. February 25th. At Bruce's Beach Park.
Thank you. All right. Next announcement.
Take this off. Good evening, Linda Robb with Parks and Rec. I just wanted to announce to the community that we start our spring activities and summer camp registration this coming Monday, February 27th for Manhattan Beach residents. Registration starts at 6 a.m. online and 8 a.m. in person at City Hall. Many of our most popular camps like beach aqualetics and surf camps will be back this summer, along with some new camps like Minecraft Build and Design and Lego Camp. The Spring Manhappenings and Summer Camp Guide is now available online at manhattanbeach.gov/manhappenings.
So we got an email saying that the fall was still online and the spring hasn't been put up yet. Have we fixed that?
I will check on that. I did not see that email. I apologize, but I'll make sure it's not there tomorrow.
Let's make sure, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Next announcement.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Josh Murray, and I'm here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. I'd like to invite the children of the community ages 2 to 5 with their caregiver to a very special animal folklore storytelling program at the library. Tomorrow, February 22nd, we will be featuring Ina Buckner Burnett, Shake Your Tail Feathers from 10:15 to 11 a.m. You will laugh, sing, move, and spread your wings as we gather around for an inspirational tale of funny animal folk tales, movement games, and songs from around the world. Again, this children's program will take place tomorrow, February 22nd, from 10:15 to 11 a.m. at Manhattan Beach Library, and advanced registration is not required. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. All right.
Hi, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm Tiffany Barbara, and this is my leadership Manhattan Beach classmates, Carol and Claudia. And we are here today to talk a little bit about Leadership Manhattan Beach, which is a 9-month program that educates and develops future community leaders for Manhattan Beach. For over 25 years, Leadership Manhattan Beach...
I'm sorry, do you want to do that now or under 3 minutes?
Oh, sorry. This is
Still
just
under
my 1
minute
minute.
community announcements.
Yes. Okay.
This is 1 minute?
Yes, this is 1 minute.
Okay,
I know.
go ahead.
Just to give it the project a little background. So anyway, many of you have been part of Leadership Manhattan Beach, and this year's project, which is always a capstone project for the Leadership Manhattan Beach, is our project about bringing communities together and partnering with Richstone Center, Trader Joe's, Dunn Edwards Paints, and the Single Moms Project to build a nutrition pantry inside the Richstone Family Center in Hawthorne. This pantry will feed 50 single-parent families, more than doubling the number currently served. Single-parent families are at the high risk for diabetes, obesity, and heart disease due to the lack of healthy food, but by giving them the tools to create and teach their children about healthy meals, single moms will become more self-sufficient, successful, and healthier. Your generous support can make a world of difference. Please consider making a tax-exempt donation to leadershipmb.org/class-project, and you can see our advertisement right there on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was 1 minute. Well done.
Yeah.
Cool project.
Okay, other community announcements?
All right, good evening, Mayor Napolitano, members of the council, Rachel Johnson, your police chief. I just wanted to invite the community to our town hall meeting, which is next Wednesday, March 1st, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Come learn about our police department and come ask questions about the police department and our operations. If you have questions, you can submit them ahead of time at askacop@manhattanbeach.gov, and we look forward to seeing the community next Wednesday, March 1st.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Other announcements? All right, seeing none, we'll move, or anything by Zoom? An announcement, okay.
Hi there. Are you calling on me to speak?
Yep. Go ahead, Jocelyn.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Napolitano. Good evening, everybody. For those of you that don't know, I represent Supervisor Holly Mitchell in the 2nd District of Los Angeles County for the coastal areas of the 2nd District. I wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of an event Supervisor Mitchell is hosting Thursday at the Manhattan Beach Library. It's part of her Racial Justice Learning Exchange series. She does these monthly events across the 2nd District. And the topic for this event will be a community conversation on the impact of the term white fragility and a power in building allyship. Again, that's Thursday, February 23rd, 5:30 to 8 p.m. If anybody has any questions, please do feel free to reach out to me. You can find my email on Supervisor Mitchell's website. This is an RSVP only event, so I can shoot over that link if anybody is interested. Thank you for the time this evening.
Thank you. All right, council, any announcements? Okay. Heather?
Yes, hi. We have an Eagle Scout, Eagle project going on this Saturday, February 25th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Sand Dune Park. If anybody is available, it would be great if we can get the community together to come out and support Enzo Ames as he tries to finish up his Eagle project and beautify Sand Dune Park. Once again, it's this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Some lunch, water, snacks, and the tools and gloves will be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right. None from council. Then we'll move on to public comments. These are 3 minutes per person. Anyone who wants to come down and speak on any matter in the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council, whether it's on the agenda or not. If it is something that is on the agenda, though, we ask if you speak now, not to speak under the item in the future. No 2 bites at the apple. Under that, though, go ahead, Mr. Burton.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. The budget process, I know that you had a meeting last week, and I was very disappointed I wasn't able to either be here and or participate, but I was pleased, very pleased, that the survey is still up on the website. And I just wanted to remind folks and residents that there is a budget survey on the city website to get in, voice your opinion. I think this is one of the most important things that the city does, and unbelievably, there are very, very few people who normally show up. I normally try to be here. I was not here. But again, just a reminder, there is a survey. Voice your opinions. There's all kinds of things. Anyway, I just wanted to make the comment that the survey is still available.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right. Other speakers?
Hello. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Howard Darby, and I'm a member of the Beach Cities Health District volunteer group. As you can see, I'm wearing my badge of honor. And anyways, I just wanted to promote Beach Cities Health District because it's a great organization and it's free and open and available to all the members of the beach cities. Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, and Hermosa Beach. And also, there's volunteer opportunities, and it's a great way to get yourself social and also in good condition because there's a lot of athletic activities. There's a Beach Cities Center for Health and Fitness, which has a gym and various exercise modalities, Pilates and yoga and all these other things that you can take. Also, they have MOI, which is walking groups and focus groups. So there's some that just have dinners, usually vegetarian and health food related. So also, let's see, what else? Oh, yeah. On the first Wednesdays of every month, they have a Zoom free mindfulness drop-in, which I've been doing for a long time. So anyways, that's what I'd like to promote for you, and hope that some of you will participate. And you can, I would recommend that if you're interested to go to beachcitieshealthdistrict.org, and you can beachcityhd.org, and you can find out all the information you need. And I hope you can join us sometime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard,
Yes.
you might like to know that Manhattan Beach is one of the founding cities of BCHD. Future
Thank
reference.
you. That's a good plus. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for your service.
All right, other speakers? 3 minutes, come on down. Just here to watch it all happen.
I just came across this. You want to have a meeting with the county prosecutor, district attorney. Why?
They'll answer that when the item comes up.
Okay. Should I hold my comments till we get to discussing that?
Okay.
I was hoping I'd find out now.
It's not on the
Okay.
agenda until later. Okay, other speakers? All right. Zoom, anyone by Zoom? Okay. All right.
Your Honor, could I make a comment?
You're not public, but what's it on?
Oh, I thought you usually asked the
No.
council member. No, you don't.
What do you want to talk on?
Well, I just want to tag on to the Richstone Single Moms Project and the Leadership Manhattan Beach. Creation of the nutrition center there. Being the son of a single mom myself, I can't overemphasize how important that is for these families. I'm good friends with the founder of the Single Mom Project, Janet Jones, who's one of our library commissioners, and have been happy to hear about it, its formation. And so anything that anybody can do to support that. And I was just so pleased that the leadership Manhattan Beach, who does terrific projects whenever they work on something to benefit the city, is involved with that. So if you hear about it, please contribute and feel free to volunteer as well. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. All right, moving on to consent
Mr.
calendar.
Mayor, we had a last-minute raised hand through Zoom. Heather Kim.
Almost.
Okay. Who is it? Heather.
Yes, hi. Okay, sorry. Yes, as a current member of Citizens Police Academy, I was able to go to Hermosa Beach a couple weeks ago to see their simulation room. It gives officers constant practice with real life scenarios to sharpen their skills. This computer game system is like a game that can branch off into different scenarios that would require different approaches, whether it's talking to the subject, using a taser, or even a gun. When our officers shoot at the range, the target is not moving, but it is in this simulation, and this is invaluable. Secondly, they have a mat room to practice jiu-jitsu techniques, specifically for officers when they come hand-to-hand with suspects. Like if they need to be cuffed but won't comply, there is a safe way to get their hands in cuffs using these moves. I believe officers are currently going to different jiu-jitsu places on their own time and money to get this practice in. I believe that the city, Hermosa Beach, found a way to fund this for their officers, and I would like Manhattan Beach to explore doing the same for ours. If our officers are getting to a higher level of comfortability engaging with suspects, it enables them to go home to their families, and it keeps our community safe. So I believe it is very worth it. Some cities are even hiring highly unqualified people just because they have such a shortage. Even criminals who have, misdemeanors, or I don't know if felonies included, but they have some kind of criminal records, are even applying. And I think even illegal aliens are applying. So that's how bad it is right now. Police officers risk their lives for a pretty thankless job, with its duties ever increasing. And with the split-second decisions that will either end their lives if they're too late, or send them to jail for the rest of their lives. It's an honorable occupation, but not a desired one. So we need to do whatever we can by increasing every incentive to get the top officers in our town. You can't put a price on our lives. I encourage you guys to please look into getting this mat room set up so they don't have to constantly take out the mats and rearrange the room that they're using in their community room right now. So if there's anything that we can do as a community to push this forward, I would love to have that information and just get this ball started. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? What's that? Okay. David?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. David Archer, Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'm calling in today not to invite you to an event, because I always do that, and I thank everybody for participating, but regarding the TOT that we're going to talk about a little bit later, I had some of my members reach out to me, and I'm going to read this on their behalf, as well as the chamber. As you're aware, we had an increase in 2019, and the city worked with the hotels on a compromise that allowed us to remain competitive, particularly in the high-producing segments of both corporate and group accounts, who look at the TOT as part of their consideration more than leisure guests do. We feel that the proposed increase of TOT will affect overall hotel production in Manhattan Beach, and we will lose share to the surrounding markets who have lower TOTs, which ultimately will negatively impact the tax revenue received by the city. We ask that at this time, the discussion of implementation be delayed to allow the hotels appropriate time to provide an adequate response and propose alternative solutions. That's what I have. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone else in the audience? Public participation? Last call? Okay. Moving on to consent calendar then. These are matters of routine and customary items, contracts and such. These are items number 1 through 9 that will be voted on with one motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Howorth, second by Councilmember Lesser. Without further comment on these, can I have a voting screen, please? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, no items were removed from consent calendar, which takes us to item J, public hearings. Item number 10 is conduct public hearing renewing the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District and approval of the annual collection of assessments for fiscal year 23-24. City Manager Mo.
Good evening, Mayor Napolitano and members of the City Council. This is also somewhat of a routine matter, but on an annual basis, and for legal purposes, I'll have to go into some detail as it relates to public hearings and requirements as it relates to the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District. So tonight for your consideration is Resolution 23-0020 for the renewal of the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District for 2023. If adopted, this resolution renews the district and allows the city to continue collecting assessments from member businesses at a rate of an 80% surcharge on their business license tax, not to exceed $500 annually. State law sets requirements for business improvement districts and requires the city to conduct a public hearing, such as tonight. There you go. In order to renew a business district and levy the assessments. The process to renew the business improvement district began on January 17, 2023, where the City Council adopted a resolution declaring its intention to circulate the levy and authorizing the collection of assessments. As required by law, the resolution of intention was circulated to all current North Manhattan Beach business members and published in the Beach Reporter. The next step is to conduct tonight's public hearing, allow for testimony for or against the renewal of the assessment. Approval is based on whether there is a majority protest. At this time, no written protests have been received. If there are no objections tonight, the final step will be for the City Council to adopt the resolution and approve the 2023 annual budget activity plan as well as the revised bylaws. This matter was discussed at the January board meeting where Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery as well as Councilmember Franklin serve in terms of the Business Improvement District and includes several initiatives for the coming year which are detailed in the activity plan. Staff is available to answer any questions, and we recommend the City Council to open the public hearing and adopt the necessary resolutions and approve the documents as well. Sorry for the long-winded speech.
Okay. Any questions from council? No staff regarding this. Okay. No questions? We'll open up the public hearing then. Anyone who wants to come down to speak on this item, come on down. North End BID. Okay, seeing none in the audience, anyone online? Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing and return it to council. Council? I see a motion by Councilmember Franklin, which is what?
To accept resolution number 23-0020.
Adopt?
Adopt it.
Okay. And then, well, B, C, and D as well?
We have to do all of them.
Go to the front.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those.
C and D.
B, C, D?
Yeah, B, C, D. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the motion is to adopt resolution number 23-0020, ratify 2023 Business Improvement District Advisory Board members, and consider the proposed 2023 activity plan, which will be adopted in this.
Just a quick question.
Uh-huh.
The bylaws, there isn't a separate letter for those. Is that within the, I guess that's within the resolution. It's not within the resolution, but a friendly amendment would be to approve their bylaws.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, there's no changes to the bylaws, so they're already adopted.
Fantastic.
Okay. So with that motion, the second stands. Any comment? Seeing none, can we have a voting screen, please? Please vote. All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
That takes us to general business. Item 11, consideration of request for proposal for the Bruce's Beach Public Art Project as recommended by the Art and Public Places Committee, the Cultural Arts Commission. Allocation of an additional $15,000 from the Public Arts Trust Fund for the construction of maquettes and travel reimbursement for 5 semi-finalists. Parks and Rec Director Lehman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This item will be presented by Aylin Stewart, our Cultural Arts Manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Aylin Stewart, your Cultural Arts Manager, and we are going to talk about, can everybody hear me? Okay, I'll speak up. And so we are going to talk about the Bruce's Beach request for proposals. So, here we go. City Council allocated $350,000 for the commission of a commemorative artwork at Bruce's Beach. This was done after the formation and deliberation with the Bruce's Beach Task Force and was one of the recommendations. City Council also authorized the Art and Public Places Committee, which is a special subcommittee that we periodically form to discuss matters of particular importance as it pertains to public art, and to develop an RFP, request for a proposal, for that artwork. As we all know, that's the site that we're looking at. The Art and Public Places Committee met 3 times to discuss the various parameters of the RFP and make recommendations. They had some very heated and very thoughtful, actually not heated, just very thoughtful, very poignant discussions of what it is that they wanted to include. Heated wasn't the right word. What it is that they wanted to include, exclude, things like that. We went back and forth on everything. It was then presented to the Cultural Arts Commission, who also had some questions, approved, or recommended rather, this RFP as well. And we're here in front of you today for final approval and any recommendations, changes you need to make. Since the new plaque has been installed, the one change that we will make to this RFP, assuming its approval, is we'll include a photo of what the new plaque actually looks like. This was a placeholder for when we were writing the staff report, just to know what it is, what the site actually looks like. So in the RFP, we want to make sure that we're including all of the pertinent information for anybody who is applying. Here's a timeline overview of what the process looks like. There's a lot of back and forth on various parts of this. There's a lot of work that staff needs to get done in between different dates. So that's how that breaks out. And then on this slide,
back a second.
Yep.
$2025?
Yes. So it seems like a long time away, but this is a very large project, and it's a very difficult project for many reasons. It's also a very difficult site. So whatever it is that the artist proposes, there's a lot of things that they're going to have to do that they might not have to do on another site. For example, most likely they'll have to do a geological study because the site is a sand dune. So physically, in order to anchor whatever it is they propose so it doesn't slide down the hill, it's going to take some extra time. So we can shorten the timeline a little bit, but the only place where that's really viable is how much time we give the artist to create the artwork. So that's really going to just depend on the type of artwork that City Council selects. So if we select something very, very ambitious, it might need more time. If we select something that's a little bit faster to manufacture, we might need less time.
It should be done by the end of the term of this council. So December 2024.
December 2024? We can try to shoot for that and keep that in mind when we're selecting the artworks.
Okay.
And we can communicate that to the artists as well, that that's part of their parameters. I will make that note. Okay, and then moving forward, on this slide is just each one of the headings that are in the RFP. Those are the subheadings that are addressed in the RFP, so we can go one by one or just kind of address them as necessary. And then on this last slide is just kind of what it is we're asking for. We're asking you to approve the RFP. Both the APPC and the Cultural Arts Commission felt very strongly that since this budget is a little bit on the conservative side for the size and scope of the project, they felt that in order for the artists to create the maquettes and flesh out their proposals, as well as travel to the site to see the site of where it is they're proposing things, they needed to be paid a stipend, and they wanted that stipend to come from outside of the $350 or $50,000 budget. However, if council directs us to incorporate those funds into the original budget, we can do that as well. And that concludes our presentation. Staff is here to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions of staff? Questions?
Yes. About how many artists do you feel the RFP will be going out to?
That's difficult to say. There's several avenues that we will be pursuing when we're putting out the RFP. We'll take out local ads in the local newspapers. We'll post to our social media, as well as post to various other channels where typically RFPs for these types of projects go to, like Coda Works is a big one that comes up. We also have a list of artists. It's a little bit outdated, but we can push it out directly to that list as well. And I know some members of the APPC also had their own channels of artists that they wanted to promote it to. But it's tough to say how many artists that encompasses. Hundreds, thousands, possibly.
Okay. And let's see. So from what we understood before, all the expenses were to be paid from the $350,000.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And was this amount known? What was the, or let me phrase it another way. Have we paid these kind of expenses, the $15,000 for the travel of the semifinalists and their maquette?
Maquette.
Maquettes,
Yes.
thank
A
you.
maquette is a small version of whatever it is you're looking at.
So have we done that before, and to what extent? If you could just give us a few examples.
Absolutely. Maquettes can be industry standard for larger scale projects. It allows for you to see, for example, the actual materials that you're going to be seeing, rather than looking at a drawing and a rendering and then spending $350,000 on it, which is a big chunk of money. You see kind of a more fleshed out version. The most recently we saw this for the project that was done, was going to be done for the City Hall lobby. So for that we had maquettes as well. For that we had 4 finalists, and each finalist was awarded a stipend of up to $4,000. So we're actually, after discussion, we felt that we could actually lower that honorarium and also split up the stipend into the travel, which is up to $2,000 for travel and $1,000 for the maquette itself, because most likely, I'm not sure how many artists will be making a physical object. Most artists might just be making a more expanded virtual presentation with maybe some materials and extra explanations, things like that. And then the $2,000 for travel is for artists living more than 100 miles away. The APPC and the Cultural Arts Commission felt strongly that it was very important for each artist, each of the finalists, or semi-finalists, excuse me, to physically travel to the site, walk the site, and physically see it. There's a big difference being there in the space rather than just kind of looking at Google Maps.
Okay. Is there a way in the analysis of the artwork and like to give some sort of priority rating to a local? Someone who's maybe more familiar with the Bruce's Beach story and things like that?
Yeah, excuse me, absolutely. So it does state in the RFP that the artist needs to be familiar and have passion and understanding specifically for the Bruce's Beach history and you know, the events, the space, all of that. Originally, when staff made some proposals to the APPC for the creation of the RFP, we did suggest narrowing down the location of where the artists themselves could be from. And the APPC felt strongly that in order to have more applicants and more submissions and more variety, that they wanted to take out that component.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, MPT.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. Ellen, 2 questions for you. So I take it your proposals RFP will go out nationwide?
Yes, unless council directs otherwise.
Prefer it to be California, especially if we're going to give a stipend to them. And second question, I assume that all of the requesters now have the knowledge that our submission is below $350K. They're all going to, and I'd be shocked if someone puts a submission in less than $349,000K, because we open up the door. They obviously know what our cutoff is and go from there. But I'll stop for now. We'll make sure everybody understands. Just open up in your mind nationally with no, to Councilor Franklin's comments, and no prerequisite they be from California, or in your case, even more so, Southern California. But we'll stop. I'll stop there for now.
Correct. That is something that staff recommended to the APPC, and the APPC and subsequently the Cultural Arts Commission felt strongly that limiting the region of the artists would limit the artists too much. They felt that if an artist from, say, New York were to apply and the city council or even the commission felt that, you know, we'd like somebody from Redondo Beach instead, that they could make that call then but still see the proposal. So, but whatever council directs, that's what we'll put in.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, we'll open up to public comment then. Anyone want to come down and speak on this item? Okay, seeing none. Do we have anyone on Zoom? Okay, we got 2 minutes. Heather?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the entire presentation, so she may have answered some of my questions, but my comments are basically that I really think that to add on $15,000 to this is kind of, it's a little too much. I believe that opening it up to everybody is not a good idea. It should be somebody local. We have no shortage of artists locally, I can assure you that. And this is such a personal matter for our city, and it's not just some art contest, win a trip to Manhattan Beach, type of thing, which is what it's going to look like. It's going to go out to everybody, and I just see dollar signs. I see a free trip. I don't really see the heart and soul that should be put into this, which I think we will get if we have a local person to do this. So I would really suggest that you guys do not approve the additional $15,000 for travel reimbursements and things, and stick to the budget that was originally created, and let's not make this a bigger thing than it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Howorth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wasn't on the council when I believe you all allocated the amount that you allocated. For a major work, I think, I forget, David, what was Lightgate? That was quite a big number as well. But for these big, and I don't mean big in size, I mean big in importance, public pieces of art, I think, you have to allocate enough funds. I do, however, think that the $15,000 could come out of that $350,000.
Well, to that point,
yeah,
if I could tag on, and let's clarify for everybody, Alan, where's the money coming from to fund this?
Thank you, right.
Hi, thank you. So City of Manhattan Beach has a 1% for the arts program. It is a program where projects, particularly commercial, but also some residential projects over a particular threshold, contribute 1% of their budget to a fund that is reserved to be spent on public arts projects only. The projects can be any type of art, can be visual, performing arts, it can be permanent or temporary, but it does have to be the arts. It can't be spent on, say, repaving the road or something.
How much money is in that fund right
There's
now?
currently just over $2 million in that fund. The funds do expire 5 years after that fee was paid, so we do have to allocate them within those 5 years. Of the $2 million with a little tail dollars that are currently in the trust fund, about $1 million with a little tail is allocated, and about $1 million is unallocated funds. The closest funds we have to expiration are in 2024.
And to be clear, these are not taxpayer funds, these are developer fee funds.
Correct. These are developer fees.
Can only be spent on art.
Correct. Only art, and art specifically for the public. We can't install a sculpture in Mayor Napolitano's
portrait
house.
of Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery. And
correct. We can't do a portrait of Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
I mean,
well, I suppose
beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Right. We could, as long as it was publicly accessible.
I hadn't said a word the whole time.
Don't need to. Okay, wait. I wasn't.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I know.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. I mean, it's a great point. And there could be, if a local artist rises through the process, then perhaps they don't need the travel funds. But I am not in favor of limiting it to in California, in Southern California, in Manhattan Beach. What if Maya Lin is interested in applying? What if there's a lot of national artists that this is a very big park and monument of importance to some people. And I don't think if we were going to put limits on it, it wouldn't be geography and where people were located. It may be different kinds of connections to the property. So That to me is something I absolutely will not approve, is limiting how we look for the artists. Some of our local artists may rise and may be one of those semi-finalists, but let's not limit ourselves. Let's tell this story in the most appropriate way we can. So those are my comments.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was one of the 2 council members that was actually here in 2020. The mayor and I were here during COVID. And the original intent, if anyone remembers back then, was to allocate money up to a certain dollar amount. We didn't say 300,000. We said up to. But I said earlier, I guarantee you every artist submission will end up at 3,499 right at the button, because now it's public knowledge. So here it comes. So with that being said, my prerequisite is that we have some from California. If someone is in Florida or New York or New Jersey that has a tie to Manhattan Beach and can explain that tie, okay, let's see what happens. That had to be an unusual circumstance. You make an exception. But it's hard for me to believe that you cannot find an artist to the state of California, whether 50 miles away or 2,000 miles away, that can't submit art here. I'm stuck at that one. I'm open to ideas expressed differently, but I find it hard to believe we can't find some with talent in the state of California and go from there. But other than that, a secondary part of it is that when you get to the issues of height, and I talked to Ali about this earlier, if you look at the slope of the park, and most of us all know it here, it drops down from Highland. If you actually stand on that first slope area, you don't want to be on Highland and say, well, the view is encumbered by the height of whatever you're going to put in there. You want to make sure it's not that tall, and is it temporary? Is it fixed forever? And the third thing I would say is that this is the capstone project. It wasn't supposed to be an every year discussion on adding to Bruce Beach Memorial. It was end of it. It was find the art that you want. If that's the last council wants, end it. We're not continuing attrition, a penance to every few years and add something to the park. That shouldn't be our goal here. Just because you allocate it, it doesn't mean you actually spend it. It says you can spend it if the right project comes along. I agree with the mayor. Hopefully we see it for December 24, but there's no guarantee of that. So I'm leery of 2 things. This has to be the lockdown capstone project for that park. Can't continue doing this. Height is an issue for me. Is it temporary? Is it permanent? What happens to it? We've all seen the word permanent before, and all of a sudden our temporary art ends up somewhere else, or vice versa. So as long as when it comes back that the artists understand that piece of it, then I'd be good with it. But those are restrictions that I see going forward. I heard Councilor Howorth talk about everyone from New York to Alaska can submit. Well, I have a different view about talent in our own backyard, but the whole state should be a priority. And if not, then a ranking system that says from California gets an extra point or 2 points, whatever it may be. And if you're Southern California, or she is, I had an extra point on top of that. Someone that's local here should understand the history. And secondarily, it's all on Wikipedia. Or they could go Google Bruce Beach. I find it hard to believe an artist, I'm spending $350,000 or I'm making it, I'm going to research that thing backwards and frontwards before I submit, before I make my 999,000 bid. But that's the point of it. I think we're all on the same page. We wanted something well designed that actually articulates what we're trying to find here. But remember, we're not the county. You saw what LA County did on their plaque, and our verbiage is different on our plaque. We started out with a simple plaque change, a language change, and it morphed, mission creeped into not only a plaque, it's the whole memorial area around it. Some would say better. Some would say it's too much. The second thing you have to do with that is be careful, because you start making this thing permanent, you're going to build a concrete path for ADA. We'll just have to get from the end down to it. We've seen what's going on at the bridge to nowhere at the senior village. You've got a zigzag pattern that meets ADA requirements. Now you've got a slope down this Bruce Beach Park. I have no idea the degree of the slope, but if you start touching this thing, you make it permanent, ADA is going to come right at you and say, where is the paved path to get to that permanent art piece? So all questions that everyone should be asking right now, when you put it out, we go from there. Those are my comments, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilmember Lesser?
I share the view that artists from all over the country should be invited to participate, certainly in the criteria of evaluating the final presentations. Where they're from can be observed and can be looked at, but it's really how well artists capture the sentiment and what the criteria is here in this request for proposal that's going to be the most important. I think the worst outcome would be to put this RFP out there and then only have a limited number of submissions that are not satisfactory, and then we'd further delay this project and have to go out again. So I'd much rather have a wider net, and then certainly we can apply some of the criteria that has been mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery. I think what I'm pleased to see in the description, which will certainly be important to me to the extent I'm participating in the evaluation of it, is the description of the site and how the artwork must relate to the site. And that is, the proposed artwork must take into the account the size, location, topography, and current use of the park. This is a very active park, and its real beauty is its open space and its views. So for me, looking at whatever comes in, smaller might be better. So I'll certainly be looking at that. I think that's an important part of the RFP. The supplemental funds for those that are going to be submitting the models does not trouble me. As my understanding, this is the standard practice in getting proposals, so I would be prepared to move forward.
Okay. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes, thank you. So disclosure, along with the Councilmember Howorth, I'm the council rep for the Art and Public Places Committee, Bruce's Beach. So got insight into this.
Part of the heated discussion?
Yeah. I mean, heated. I mean, was kind of warm in my house when we were discussing it.
Robust?
By Zoom, but it was robust. I like the robust. Nice pivot. I just can't help but to believe that we can find the talent in. Are we now the largest state in the union? I'm trying to remember. I was trying to think of Texas and Florida.
In terms of population.
Yeah, in terms of population. Yeah. I mean, when I drive around, even just the Los Angeles basin, and you see the art, like the tributes to Kobe. When Kobe unfortunately passed away, Kobe Bryant. I mean, the art was unbelievable, throughout the city. You see it just everywhere. I just can't believe that we could not find an adequate artist to represent what this means to us. The Bruce family looked up and down the coast, all right? Manhattan Beach welcomed them. They were here, they set up their business. When they, through the eminent domain processes and the like, they didn't move far. They moved to South Central, which was a burgeoning area for African-American families and business and churches and things like that. I mean, that's what I want to see captured in something like this, because that's also where their clients came from, where their guests came from, was from that amazing community in South Central, to be able to thrive and prosper in the Jim Crow era and before that to migrate, after the Civil War. So you get that by living in the area. I honestly don't know how someone who experiences their own experiences in New York or, Miami, but the talent is here. So I would like to see some sort of rating system, like my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery mentioned, about giving some sort of weight to a local office, not to save the money of the travel and the like, but they're the people that were more than likely born here, that grew up here, that understand, maybe face the same challenges that the Bruces and their descendants faced, and have more of that in their makeup to bring into this sort of project. As far as the extra money, we established a budget. Okay, it's $350,000. I understand there's going to be, while being on the committee, I learned, some of the challenges and things that are going to have to come from that money, in terms of the artist has to pay an engineering company and has to pay for the installation and has to pay for any soil or site remediation to handle, the weight and things like that. But that is a given. It's in the $350,000. It's tax money, okay? Someone had to pay it. You might say that a builder had to pay it, but the builder just passed that expense onto the new resident or an existing resident of Manhattan Beach. So it is tax money. It needs to be carefully watched after. It's not just there to, it's not real money. It is real money, and it came from taxpayers here in our state, or in our city. So we need to protect that. So I would support keeping it at $350,000. The RFP looks good. I noticed, though, that those travel expenses and the like were in it, but if we don't approve that, that would come out. And get this thing out, and let's get this accelerated and get it in for all of us to analyze. I think, my colleagues here probably have a little bit more experience. It seems to me 5 semi-finalists seems to be a lot. I was involved with one, and there was 5, but like 2 of them came right to the surface, as far as the quality and what they were trying to capture. So we might want to look at that, 8 number, the 8 semifinalists narrowed down to 5, maybe bring something like 3 to council. Thank you.
Councilmember Howorth?
Well, just a few comments, and I was going to make a motion unless you wanted to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Eventually.
Eventually. All
Once
right.
my pain meds wear off.
That's what I was hoping. All right, so a little bit of a compromise, I think, would be, I move approval, but I would like to keep the budget to 350. To include it, the Maquettes and any travel could come out of that. I'll make the whole motion in a minute, but I also, to Richard's concerns about, let's make sure it's permanent, let's make sure that includes the ADA accommodations around it. I think that's part of what, like that 350,000 is for installations, for a lot of that. Let's make sure, but we definitely want to make sure that it meets all those requirements. The height requirement, I totally agree with you on all of that. I would still, as my colleague, Councilmember Lesser mentioned, the wider the net we cast initially is better in terms of our timeline because we are more likely to get, more submissions. Maybe there will be no good submissions from New York or Ohio, for God's sake. But I'm from Ohio, so I can say those things. But yeah, and I don't mind giving a little bit of a, having a metric so we give a little bit more weight to locals, but I feel that I must make this comment. I don't think it's so much that you have to be from the area to understand what the Bruces went through. Perhaps we should be making a recommendation you need to be African American and understand that experience. I think that would be a more important consideration than being from the area, and I don't think we should make that the consideration.
Do you have a motion?
Yeah. Just want to get all those points out. I thought they were brilliant. No? Okay.
What's
So
your
my
motion?
motion is to approve the process and recommendations, except not the additional 15,000, and we can create a process where there's extra weight given to local California artists, and that would be my motion. And to actually endeavor to have that installed by the end of 2024 to honor my colleagues and their dedication to the process.
Okay, Member from Montgomery is deferred to me for the moment, but appreciate that. So I did this for years with the county, and the process that we're talking about right now is very common, and it's the appropriate process. And I'm fine with the number that they bring back to us. I want to see 5, because I don't trust the 3. I've seen 3. I haven't liked all 3 many times. As far as the money goes, I'm for the additional $15,000. This is not taxpayer money. I'm sorry. Yes, someone paid for it, but it's not the taxpayers that are paying for it. This is someone who chose to do a development in Manhattan Beach. Did they pass it along? That's between the buyer and seller. It has nothing to do with the general tax-paying public of Manhattan Beach. This is a fee for art. It can't be spent on anything else. We set aside the amount, $350,000 for this, to make it a significant piece of art. It's the biggest art project that we'll have done in this city, and I think appropriately so. It's in a very public space. It's going to be a very public and meaningful display for this city. And I don't want to go cheap on it by limiting the people who can apply to do it. If Manhattan Beach, Los Angeles, Southern California have the artists to do it, great. They'll come to the front and the forefront of it all. It's not about the artist. It's about the artwork. The artwork will speak for itself, whoever the artist is, wherever they're from. That's the important part. I'm not going to limit it to because they live in Manhattan Beach, but the art is mediocre, that we should choose them or give them an extra point because they're from Manhattan Beach. That just is rewarding mediocrity. It's not a meritocracy. I want merit in this choice. I don't think we should, the 15,000, we're wasted 40,000 to redo the silly black and white shapes on the outside of the art center on Manhattan Beach Boulevard. Complete waste of money. I think this is money well spent to get a quality art piece. This is what is done at the county level. It's what's done at cities, many places who have this 1% for art. Don't shortchange it. So,
Friendly amendment? Or I can change my motion to include the 15.
That is up to you.
I'll accept that. I mean, I was trying to craft a, compromise, but if I agree with you, there's no reason not to. So, when you accept it, all right.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll concede on the idea of making it national because we're going to give some merit, maybe hopefully, to someone from California. But second to that, my point about ADA access isn't that I want to see more concrete at the park, just the opposite. To the contrary, less concrete at the park, any park. So I'm hoping this council, when it comes back, or to include an RFP, is it temporary? Is it fixed? If it's fixed, what are the ADA requirements that will need to be installed to get access via wheelchair to get from the side of the park, or God forbid, down the park or up the park? How's it going to work? I'm sure no one's thought about that yet. And certainly no one outside the state of California knows probably much about ADA. But we're going to find out quickly how they see the topography here, realize this is an issue. Do you want them to pave the park and pave a ribbon of concrete east and west to get to the middle, or where the art's going to be? Hence the idea of temporary, to move away from the ADA requirements so that it moves around the park for some period of time. So we'll see what they bring back, but I'm hesitant to lock us into the word permanent, because then you change the whole description of requirements going forward. So that's in the RP discussion issue, but we haven't seen anybody come back yet with a good answer, but let's see what happens.
Well, the only response to that was ADA is a national law, so it has to be recorded. But as far as ribbons of concrete, I think that's inherent in the design that certainly the APPC is going to be talking to who remember, this is an RFQ to start with. We're getting qualifications, people who have done work in other areas, and based on that work, they're going to be chosen to go on in this process. As they go on in the process, they'll be advised of all these things. They'll have to answer for all these things. When it comes down to the 5 finalists, they're going to have all those things into consideration, or they're not going to be approved. We've denied projects plenty of times before. I'll happily shoot it down if there's a mishmash of concrete that's going to be needed to be added to the park. Absolutely not. So I'm happy to shoot it down. Done it before.
Good. I'll second that.
Well, we got
shoot it down part. I meant.
Motion by Councilmember Howorth,
Kinda like a balloon.
second by Councilmember Lesser.
Yes.
Can we have a voting screen, please?
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, takes us to item 12, 6-month review and update to the city's current coyote management approach and consideration of draft coyote management and response plan. City Manager Mo again. Welcome back.
Honorable Mayor Napolitano and members of the City Council, George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager, not Mr. Mo, City Manager Mo. Tonight, I'll be providing a 6-month review as well as an update and a consideration of approval of the Coyote Management and Response Plan. Oops. It's control. I gotta use the clicker, sorry. Okay. So tonight I'll be giving some background, especially to council members that may not be familiar with the discussion that took place prior to their term, data and mapping, case-specific outreach and enforcement actions, community and staff education, mitigation efforts, the actual Coyote management and response plan, trapping policy options for the city council, and then considerations and regulations, and ultimately the staff recommendation. So just by way of background, this item came before this council by way of request on June 21st. Thereafter, on July 1st, we provided a preliminary report on everything the city is doing and staff, in particular the Animal Control Division of the Police Department, on coyote management. After discussion, City Council directed staff to investigate and inventory the coyote population, provide a report with those findings. Staff solicited proposals from a variety of firms and vendors. Ultimately, we set up with a group called Humane Wildlife Control, where a report was provided to the City Council. An inventory of the coyote population was provided as well. And in essence, staff was directed to return with a draft coyote management policy, and following a 6-month period, return to the City Council with updated data. Additionally, city staff was directed to research allowable options for residents to protect themselves from coyotes if one is located on their property. And so tonight is a result of that 6-month review. And so we'll be going over those items. So, I want to wait until, I don't know who's doing that. Can we not do this right now? Thank you.
It's not me.
Yeah, I know.
What are we doing?
Okay.
The screen was being edited.
All right. So in terms of annual observation data, I just wanted to kind of showcase some trends to the City Council for their review. So from 2016, there was a total of 16 coyote observations. And so as you can see, observations is categorized into three different categories, or 4 different categories: attacks on humans, confirmed or observed predation, unconfirmed / possible predation, as well as reported sightings. And so just to specify what these categories mean, a confirmed or observed predation means a coyote witnessed an actual killing of a pet or an animal of any sort. And so that was witnessed via footage, or it was determined by the animal control officer that this represents a coyote undertaking this action. An unconfirmed or possible predation means that there's not enough evidence to determine by the animal control officer that that predation occurred by a coyote. And so oftentimes, if there is a predation, it does fall in there because unless there is, let's say, a ring camera footage or blink camera footage, whatever camera software they're utilizing, unless that is available, it's very difficult to determine that a predation occurred by a coyote. And then lastly, there are reported sightings. So these aren't attacks. These are just coyotes that may be roaming in the area to animal control. And so as you can see from 2016 to 2022, it's somewhat ramped up. But in 2016 and 2017, it ramped up, but then it decreased drastically from 28 to 2021. And then in 2022, we saw a large increase, especially as it relates to reported sightings as well as unconfirmed possible predations. But the most important aspect of this is that there have been 0 attacks on humans, and that has stayed consistent all throughout the observation period. All right, and so in terms of the 6-month review period, what we've done is we've broken down the month-by-month breakdown of data. So using the same categories discussed earlier, attacks on humans, observed predation, unconfirmed predation, as well as reported sightings. You see that in July, there was an uptick in activity, as well as October, but for the most part, it stayed relatively stable from the 3 to 9 range, relatively. It should be noted, though, that one of the things that's a little bit difficult in terms of reading this data is these reported sightings metrics are coming as a result of animal control reports to the Animal Control Division. So one of the things we started doing in July is we stepped up our outreach efforts. And so we told the community, contact the city if you do see a reported sighting. So it's a bit unclear to determine if are these reported sightings coming as a result of increased activity, or are they coming out of an increased outreach response from our community to report those. And so this right here is mapping observations. And so what we've done is that we've utilizing our GIS analysts that in our information technology department, we've been able to geotag the locations at which these occur, whether they're unconfirmed predations or reported sightings, and they're color-coded as well. And kind of looking at a brief look at the map, a lot of the concentration activity kind of occurs east of Sepulveda primarily, and that kind of falls in line with traditionally what our Animal Control Division expects. Back in 2017, when there was an increased presence of coyote activity, it did concentrate in the Manhattan Village area. And so some of that is consistent, but obviously one key area that we see as well is area near Pollywog Park. And this time period, or this observation period, is from February 2022 to January 2023.
Well, it looks like, what, Maricosta as well?
Yes, Pollywog Park, Maricosta, those areas.
Oh, because there's that one in there.
So what have we done in terms of, as staff, to kind of address these things? So first off, we kind of took a page out of our existing playbook. In 2017, we've done some case-specific outreach to the Manhattan Village area, Senior Villas area. From what was shared with us by some residents over there was that increased vegetation was one of the causes and allowed coyotes to potentially hide in areas where there was increased vegetation. And so there was vegetation that was taken out, and thereafter, apparently, there was less coyote sightings in the area. So that helps, and we took a similar approach, but obviously increased outreach efforts to notify the Manhattan Village Senior Villas that obviously what are the right actions to take. Obviously, protect your pets, put food sources inside in dwellings instead of outside, eliminate excessive brush or vegetation as well. And so one of the things that was not necessarily in the Manhattan Village Senior Villas was the overgrown vegetation, which was a code enforcement case. Apparently there was a potential coyote that was living in the backyard of a rear area where there was a lot of sightings going on. And so what we did as staff, we opened a code enforcement case so we can address it. And that code enforcement case was resolved. The property owner did reduce the brush, and we didn't see as many coyote sightings in that area. So on terms of the community outreach and staff education side, staff, primarily our Animal Control Division, distributed about 1,400 of these handouts. So these are two-sided. We have them here at City Hall as well as on the city's website. They basically give tips to reduce attractants to coyotes, as well as we put them on door hangers where there could be coyote activity occurring in a certain neighborhood. And so our Animal Control Division, when they get a sighting, they put these on the door hangers or they distribute it to dog walkers in the area when they see them. We also updated the city website. It's on the front page of our city website as well as a dedicated web page. We did hold internal staff training with 33 animal control officers from the South Bay. Because one thing that I kind of point to, even with the homeless issue, is that this is also a regional issue and that we're not alone in addressing this. Cities such as Torrance has been certainly addressing this for some time. Another thing we've done is obviously promoted the Reach Manhattan Beach app, and that allows the ability of individuals to report coyote sightings via the city's Reach Manhattan Beach app. In terms of some mitigation efforts that we've done, Humane Wildlife Control in their assessment, they identified some overflowing trash receptacles that could attract coyotes, and so the Public Works Department reinstalled lids on trash cans in public areas that were removed during COVID to mitigate the excess trash. We did do a preliminary analysis on trying to install some trash receptacles that would prevent animals, all animals from entering the trash receptacles. Ultimately, those costs were pretty exorbitant, and we decided to not move forward with that analysis there. So the Coyote Management and Response Plan, basically, this is a plan that came, that the city began with in 2017. It was never formally approved by the City Council. At the last meeting in September, ultimately the City Council decided that this is an important enough policy that it needs to be reviewed and approved by the City Council as the policymakers. And so what staff has done is that we've taken that original draft of the Coyote Management Plan and kind of made some slight revisions to and modified it so that it can reflect today's practices. And so what the strategy that we have in essence right now is kind of a four-pronged approach, which is ensuring public safety, consistent with the city's approach across everything that we do. Obviously, ensuring public safety is number one, and preventing attacks on humans is one of our biggest priorities as it relates to coyote management. The second strategy is coyote deterrence efforts. Obviously, conducting training and outreach is another part of our strategy, and then kind of what we went over earlier, which is active monitoring and data collection, which is the mapping as well as the month-by-month tracking of what's going on with as relates to sighting. So this is our response chart, and this is actually included in our plan, and this is kind of an easy way to understand what do we do as it relates to when a coyote does this, what does the city do, and how do we supplement that with potential education or an action. And so it's kind of broken down in a color-coded chart, which is green, yellow, orange, and red. Green going from coyote action of coyote being seen or heard, where the city would potentially step in and conduct hazing and then conduct education in that area, all the way to red, which is a potential human attack that would occur. The city would obviously do every action prior to the red, as well as contacting the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to determine if removal is appropriate. And that largely depends on if they are under the presumption that the coyote is aggressive enough to cause harm to the human population. So in terms of policy options for the City Council, it's kind of a one and a two with sub-options on the two. And so the first one is to continue to conduct the community outreach, kind of what we're doing right now, taking these specific actions, whether they're code enforcement related or not. And obviously, if there were to be a human attack, we would do as we would normally do, which is the city contacting the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to consider removing the aggressive coyote or coyotes potentially. Two is adjusting the city's trapping approach. The city does not currently have a trapping program. We've not had one, and so if the City Council would like to address that in a policy matter, they have kind of three sub-options. Do you want to have a selective trapping program? It's at an approximate cost of $300 per day, and this is similar to the approach taken by the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, where they kind of determine, is there an aggressive coyote that is of concern that may be in an area where there are children or where there are a lot of pets. And so they will selectively trap depending on the conclusion of that they make themselves if there's an aggressive coyote in the area. The cost obviously varies, but it starts out at $300 per day, and I'll explain later why it's per day. Second is a seasonal trapping program. This is the approach that the city of Torrance used to take. They trapped, I think, from about October to March, and for a 6-month period during the year. The approximate cost for this is about $30,000 annually. Obviously, this depends on how many traps, the frequency of traps, and so on and so forth, but roughly it was around that cost. Thirdly, another approach is what the current Torrance model or current Torrance approach is, which is year-long trapping, and that comes at a cost of about $40,000 or so per year. So with that being said, these policy options do come with some caveats, and I do need to contextualize it for City Council benefit. And so if the trapping program is preferred, let's say if City Council would like to go with this option 2 in the prior slide, staff will need to return to the City Council. And the first thing is we need to revise our coyote management response plan. The second thing is the city needs to conduct an appropriate CEQA analysis. And the CEQA analysis would need to include a trapping program conducted by the city. There is a significant cost associated with the CEQA analysis. Depending on the nature of it, it could be anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 to hire a consultant to conduct this CEQA analysis. 3, we would have to implement a trapping contract for City Council consideration, depending on the City Council's options, or trapping program. The costs vary on that. And then we would need the actual budget appropriation from the City Council for the CEQA analysis as well as the trapping services. So in addition to that, we do have regulations and state laws that we do have to be mindful of. Government Code 465.5 requires the immediate dispatch or release if a coyote is trapped. They either need to be euthanized right then and there, or they need to be released. That is basically what the state law indicates. The second government code is trap visitation requirement. If the city does hire a trapper, they need to visit the trap so they can see if a coyote or any other animal, for that matter, is trapped within that contraption that the trapper does have. And that's why the cost is per day earlier. And then the other one is trap placement requirement, Government Code 465.5 as well. And so this indicates that a trap needs to be placed unless a property owner provides consent within 150 yards. That trap cannot be placed within a residential area. So given all these regulations, it may prevent some areas where the City Council or the community may want traps to be set. And so it would definitely limit our options and our areas and of where traps can be set. So tonight's staff recommendation is that the City Council discuss and provide direction regarding the current coyote management approach. And amongst the options are for City Council is direct staff to maintain the status quo option detailed and adopt the coyote management and response plan as presented. That's option 1. Or direct staff to adjust the city's approach to coyote management, including further exploration of a trapping program, and return to the City Council with a revised coyote management response plan with further CEQA analysis conducted. That will conclude my presentation.
Okay, questions from council. Councilmember Lesser.
George, a baseline question for me is, are we in fact seeing more coyotes in Manhattan Beach? Is there in fact more activity? And obviously you noted in your presentation and in the staff report how there may be a correlation between the increased public campaign and more reports. I'm wondering to what extent other cities actually attach chips or collars to those that are cited, which obviously involves some expense and some initial capture, to be able to get a more definitive understanding of whether the populations are in fact increased.
To answer your first question in terms of is there in fact an increase, it's a difficult question to answer, but what I will say is that it is a trend that is going on in the region. There's certainly been multiple LA Times articles that are directed towards coyote management and what's going on in urban environments and increased sightings. As it relates to Manhattan Beach, I can't say with distinct determination that there is a definitive increase. That being said, we do know that Torrance has certainly had multiple conversations about coyotes, and it's in response to the community there. Rancho Palos Verdes has also had very significant discussions. And so by virtue of proximity, maybe you can draw the conclusion that there is an increased presence. And obviously, if there are traps working in those areas, coyotes are wild animals, and obviously if they're noticing a dangerous environment, they're going to move to another environment where they can thrive and survive. In terms of the question as relates to chipping and so on and so forth, I don't know of a municipality that is undertaking those efforts right now. It's certainly something that may be worth exploring. Similar to what I know that Mountain Lions also had a chipping and collaring program. And so coyotes, I'm sure you can do it, but obviously you have to abide by the government code regulation mentioned earlier, which is if you chip them, or if you trap them, you need to trap them, and then you need to chip them, and then they need to be ultimately be released.
One other question, and that is, with regard to the public outreach so far, there was a reference to how many of these brochures were distributed, 1,400.
Yes.
Might staff recommend that there be a greater push to our residents to the extent that we wanted to have a more robust public education campaign?
As staff, we're never going to say there's not room for improvement in terms of public education and community outreach. If it's so directed by the city council, we can see different ways to conduct that public outreach.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, George, for all of that information. Just a follow-up question on the selective trapping program. And you said because of Government Code 465.5, the cost is approximately $300 per day. But is that just $300 per day that you have a trap set?
Yes.
So it's not every day of the year. It's like, well, we're putting these traps out selectively. So it's
yes.
Okay.
So it would depend on obviously it depends on how long that trap is set for without necessarily a coyote or animal being trapped in there.
Right.
So if there is no coyote or animal being trapped, you'd have to assume that those costs are going to increase because of your per day cost increase as well.
Visitation rights, if you will.
The visitation,
okay, great.
correct.
And then you said Torrance and RPV are doing the selective, Torrance was doing seasonal, now they're doing year-long, and RPV is doing selective.
Correct.
Did those two communities have to provide CEQA analysis as well? Have they already done that?
Both communities came to somewhat different conclusions on the CEQA analysis. RPV had a certain contractor in their area that I think that that allowed them to have an exemption in place. The city does not. We don't foresee an exemption possible under our current circumstances. Torrance did do a CEQA analysis.
Okay, great, thank you.
But I should predicate this by saying they both did CEQA analysis, but they may have came to different conclusions on those CEQA analyses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Franklin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, George, for that report, and thank you for clarifying some of the information. Have there been areas where humans have been attacked or by, not necessarily in Manhattan Beach, by coyotes?
Yeah, yes. Some areas that I am aware of, I believe there was one in somewhere in the valley in the north, but certainly I know two cities, Fountain Valley as well as Huntington Beach, where there were coyotes attacks on humans that took place.
Okay,
but none in the area. In the South Bay area that I'm aware of.
Sure, but we probably don't know what measures they had taken before such attacks.
The cities?
Yeah, those cities. Were they doing mitigation? Were they doing, the things that were recommended here?
I know certainly the Huntington Beach has definitely been
I don't
a lot
expect
more.
you to know that detail.
Yeah.
But it would be just kind of interesting because there have been, attacks on humans. From what you said. In the documentation there, that chart that had the red, the blue,
response chart.
the green, the red, that it said, action to be taken, it said hazing. Okay, so hazing is what? Is it?
So hazing is an action where it's a little difficult. I can easily probably express it, but for the sake of the council, what I'll just say is that you make an exorbitant response in terms of waving your hands, yelling, making loud noises in order to scare off the coyote. That's my quick definition of hazing.
Okay.
It's not like a kegger in college or anything like that.
Right, yeah, I know. Yeah, they don't, there's no hazing there. Another thing that was mentioned in the report from Humane Wildlife Control is saying, like, if the coyote has learned to take cats, it could be predatory in nature, requiring, and they even had it in quotes, deprogramming, unquote, efforts. How do we deprogram a wild animal like a coyote? I mean, it's to reshape their behavior. So that's why I asked the question about hazing and things like that.
I think, I don't want to speak for the consultant, but what I will say is I believe that when she stated that, it's the idea of reducing attractants in an area so that they would not depend on said predatory animal. And so the idea is that I can't tell you for certain that a coyote can be reprogrammed. I'm not quite sure. I'm not an expert in that. But what I can say is that the goal is always to reduce attractants to the extent that the community can limit the availability of attractants, i.e. cats, that are available for coyotes, then the community should probably do so for the sake of the cat safety as well as their pet safety.
Right. Okay. If we select the second option where we do trap, there was in the report, some information about other cities and, the legal fees to fight the CEQA requirement. Is that a path that we might have to take, or is it set in law now that it has to be that way? If you decide to do trapping, that you got to follow those certain guidelines?
Yeah, I should address that. There's been other cities, including Arcadia, that were sued by PETA. And so what the staff report is suggesting, if the council does want to consider trapping, we'll have to do an environmental review. But environmental review is a full range of different options, as George mentioned. So we don't know what the conclusion will be.
So what was the basis?
If I might just, to follow up on that, they've been sued, but what were the outcomes? Did they lose the lawsuit?
They settled and did, well, I think Arcadia actually did an environmental impact report, but they settled for $15,000 and then did the environmental review.
The question is there a case law, though, that requires CEQA for trapping?
Well, so there's no reported decisions. It gets up to it's never reached the courts, the Court of Appeal.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. And because that was basically my question is, can we fight that and still continue to, and still go on to trap? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. For those who don't know you, could you state your name, your title, please?
George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager.
Perfect. Everybody knows who you are. So those who have seen this before, this is not the first time. George, could you go back to your chart on page 4, please? Annual observation data.
Martha, they can put that.
Page 4 of your.
Give me 1 second.
No, it's not up yet.
The chart?
Chart.
Not that chart. The other one.
Annual observation data.
Page 4. There you go.
That's it.
So The first time we saw this, we didn't have complete 22 data. We did not have the first almost
Correct.
2 months, 23. So to Councilor Flankin's comments, I look at the very first line. Attacks on humans. 2016, 23, 0. We're not going to substitute something right. I would say if I'd read it the first time, that whatever we're doing, we, the city, you, the outreach you've done, staff has done, is obviously working in some respect. The number would have changed. Keep using that same analogy all the way down the line. In 22, confirmed observed 3. What doesn't say is the other impacts, the next line, unconfirmed. Possible predation. Are those feral cats? Are those home cats? So look at the number across the board. I'm just reading this all. So as to Councilman Lester's comments, is the sighting number is increasing because of the heavy outreach staff has done to residents, Lions, Kiwanis, Rotary, mailers, email gone out. Every senior in the city knows all about this because of the mall. People have been feeding feral cats in St. Villas for years. So you wonder if the two are correlated to each other. So that's one issue. And we're all concerned about any attacks on humans. And like you said, none in the South Bay that we know of have been reported. So something's going on that hasn't happened. Whether they're being hazed, whether they're scared. I walk walking the Kita outside. I haven't seen a coyote anywhere near us. But there's a reason. Something's going on. So if it's feed, people leaving out their food bowls, you put an outside bowl in your backyard and you go to sleep at night, that bowl will empty the next day. Is a cat eating it? Is a raccoon eating it? Is a coyote eating it? It's gone. I don't know. But the fact that we've done the outreach, to your point, David, something's working, or it has been working. So I'm leery of taking the next step. If this is working, I want to make sure their numbers are correct. Nothing's changed, right? Torrance, look at the last line. Reported sightings for attacks, only roaming area to animal control. So 49, 22, 3 so far. But that's a drastic step to go from trap, kill, when you don't see that happen anywhere else here. So if this is working in my mind, this is good. I want to make sure that numbers you're seeing as of January 23?
These are questions only.
Yeah, question. So January 23 is the last number that's correct,
Yes.
not February.
2023 only represents January because that was a full month of data.
I want to make sure everybody hears that before I move to the next step. So thank you, George.
Okay, couple of questions. Are there other cities besides PV, I'm assuming that's Rancho PV, that doesn't have CEQA as part of their trapping program, hasn't conducted CEQA review?
None that I'm aware of. Quinn, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm not aware of either's.
Well, most people are aware that there are feral cat programs out there, right, where people will take them, spay, neuter them, and release them, and people continue to feed them. Does that require a CEQA review when you have a spay or neuter program of feral cats?
But it's a good question. I don't know if any cities have that program.
I know several who do.
Several cities do that.
If wild dogs were roaming the streets of Manhattan Beach, would we need a CEQA review to
No,
kill or capture them?
because it's the trapping aspect.
We have a limitation in the municipal code on the number of dogs you can own in the city. Did that require a CEQA review?
Once again, no.
Okay, so when cats or other pets lose their lives, no attacks on humans, right? But what is it that requires a CEQA review when the property of the residents living here is destroyed by a wild animal? Why is it the reverse, that we need CEQA review before we do anything to those that are destroying the property of the residents of Manhattan Beach?
Well, I'm not sure, well, the issue about destroying the property, I'm not sure where you're going on that, but
Pets are property of their owners.
I still don't understand.
Well, what does it take for
Are you talking about
us to trap
Okay.
without having to do CEQA?
Well, so perhaps it might be helpful if the council wants to go with option number 2 is to get the briefs filed by PETA and see what their argument is.
Because I mean, given this, it sounds like unless and until a person is attacked, we can't do anything with the police powers as a municipality to trap them without CEQA. At least that's how it's presented here. But if property is being destroyed, if we had anything, that is if one person was coming in and destroying the property or killing the pets, we would have them arrested and put in prison. I'm not saying they'd be destroyed, but we wouldn't do a CEQA review for someone killing pets. But somehow a wild animal, which suddenly is being sighted here, having lived here all my life, I never used to see coyotes here. I know they were around, but I never saw them here. Now I've seen them several times. Why is it that a focused occasional, because I look at the map and where all the dots are, and there's obvious concentrations over by the school, by the high school, by the village. Apparently they love living behind the gates. Why can't there be a focused trapping session there where we have so many dots? Why can't we control that situation?
And so when you talk about property, you're talking about cats?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cats, dogs, what have you.
Yeah, and so if that, once again, if the council wants to go option 2, we'll get the briefs from PETA and see what the argument is.
Okay.
I mean, Torrance did they ended up with a neg deck, right?
Correct. All right. Well, other questions, Councilmember Lester?
Just a quick follow-up. It's a separate line of inquiry, and that has to do just following up on the monthly observation data and when there are increases, and how does that tie to breeding or roaming? Is it in fact in October, which is based on where the monthly observation data increases, so that if the council wanted to direct there be more public outreach, the time to do it would be in advance of that month to try and limit the food sources or take other proactive steps in advance of when they're most likely to be roaming?
Yeah, I do know that when there is a certain concentration that goes on, our Animal Control Division, they do a little bit of investigation in terms of what may have caused this, what may be attractants. So they do a kind of a preliminary review, and they do an assessment as well as the outreach. And so they have been doing that by way of their ordinary responsibilities.
But is there a time of year when there's more activity with this particular species? Or roaming, which
Based
might
on the
guide us in terms
based
of
on the
direction.
data, from what I'm aware of right now, is that they're in the hibernating season because of the cold, and so they're not prone to roam as much. And so during the summer months, you'll definitely see an increased presence of coyotes.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Howorth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick follow-up on the mayor's line of questioning about, the CEQA. Why do we have to do the analysis? Is it because the coyotes is covered by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that CEQA applies? Like, I agree. Like, I'm just curious as to.
So are fish, but you get
That's a CEQA expert.
you get a fishing license and you can fish off the.
What if the coyotes have methane in their stomach? Can we do that? Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Council. Taline Mirzakanian, Acting Community Development Director. I'll try my best to answer this question as I understand it. So CEQA evaluates the impact on various categories. And one of those categories is biological resources. So in this scenario, the coyotes are considered the biological resource, and the project is the policy which would implement trapping. So the CEQA document would evaluate the impact of the policy on this biological resource. So it would be a focused EIR per se, or a mitigated negative declaration.
Let's reverse that though, because Manhattan Beach has changed little in terms of open space and foliage. In fact, it's decreased, if anything, in terms of open space and foliage over the last 20 years. And so the only difference is there's more coyotes now, or at least we know there's more signs. But I'll argue there's more coyotes. So the impact is really the coyotes on the city, not the city on the Coyotes.
Correct, but the second the city council makes a decision to adopt a policy, that's considered a project under CEQA, and that document, and that policy has to be evaluated. So in this situation,
Each of the other things that I pointed out, we didn't do a secret review for those.
Because
Policy on the limitation of dogs that you can own.
that, any policy that's adopted by the council, even if it's a code amendment, does require CEQA evaluation. So at some point, a CEQA analysis was performed on that particular policy as well. But chances are the outcome was that this won't have any sort of a negative effect that requires mitigation on the environment as identified in CEQA. In this case, what's likely to happen is that they would evaluate it and determine either there's no mitigation required and therefore we couldn't get away with a negative declaration, or you can move forward, but you would have to mitigate by, X, Y, and Z. So the analysis would be how the policy impacts the environment, and in this case, the environment are the Coyotes.
So why would we need to go outside of the community development department to make that determination?
Outside, as in the consultants for preparing CEQA?
We do it in-house on lots of other things.
We haven't been preparing negative declarations in-house for quite a while just because of our resources, but that's absolutely something we can look into.
Okay, that's where we're.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to that is, remember, CEQA just requires study. It's not preventing things. You just have to analyze it and perhaps mitigate.
30,000 worth of study is not what I'm interested in.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Okay, let's open it up for public comment. Speakers have 2 minutes per person on this subject matter. Come on down and speak on it if you wish. Careful. There's no workers' comp for you.
Roll down the hill. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just wanted to make a comment. One, George, great work putting all that together, but I can remember here in council chambers when this first came up, and there were several individuals whose pets had been predated by, and what they felt were coyotes. My parents live in Huntington Beach and very close to the ocean. There's a lot of open space where they live. But for years and years and years, they, you see 1 or 2 coyotes, and then more and more and more. They were reaching out, very similar to, I think, as we have done. But then eventually then there was a child that was attacked on the beach. And so just similar trends. Obviously, nothing's happened yet. I think the city is doing a lot of research trying to figure this out. But at some point, where my parents live, coyotes trying to reach out, trying to do something. I don't know what was done. Maybe somebody can look into it. But at some point, somebody was attacked. And I hope that we don't get to that place here.
Other speakers?
My question would be on when these coyotes are trapped, are they being checked for rabies, other things? Do you have an answer to that?
We'll answer after. Just go ahead and direct the questions to us.
Are they
or
being
comments.
checked if they have rabies or other diseases that would disqualify them from being let back in, or are we not checking them? I mean, you've got them in a cage. They can be checked. Is that being done? Because you don't want to return them.
My understanding from the comments that were made earlier is that you have to kill them or release them. That's it. If you trap them.
What?
Kill them or release them if you trap them.
Well, I know, but do they even check them to find out whether they should release them?
Couldn't answer that.
That's a major problem. I've worked around coyotes for about 70 years, and they can get into anything. They can go over 14-foot fences. They can go under them. When you if you try to keep them out of an area, you have a fence that has to be dug 3 feet down. It has to have a wall built into it. So there's many things there. But the biggest problem I would see is that you wouldn't want to be releasing animals that are compromised back into the system right off the bat.
The point of trapping is not to release them.
I'm sorry?
The point of trapping them would not be to release them.
Okay. Have we come up with a number that would be acceptable? you know, how many coyotes is going to be acceptable? Is it 10, 12, whatever? I mean, they can be monitored, and they will get into any place, but it'd be a matter of, you probably want a few of them left around. So, and if we don't know those answers, I would like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Thanks, George. That was great. Rita Crabtree Kumpa, 4324 Street, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. I just thought, I wrote a letter so you all have my information, but I just thought about a couple of questions. So I'll present those. I wonder what kinds of traps would we be using, because some of them are really deplorable in how they trap an animal, and you don't know that you're going to get a coyote. And that this past gentleman just brought up another question, which is, are we monitoring the packs? Because my understanding was that we were, and that we knew that this pack that is traveling here is in the Redondo Beach area, and then they have like a 45-mile range, and they move from area to area, just in looking for food and other resources. And that was the whole point of not, getting rid of all the food access, covering up the trash, et cetera, and making sure that they didn't want, this was not a desirable place for them to come. And then the other question that came up to me in your report, George, was that you can't trap place the traps within 150, and I don't remember if you said feet or yards, feet, within a residence without, and that is, I mean, where they're roaming and being sighted is an area where there are very many residences. So that's a question and a concern to follow up with. So I hope we get that information.
Thank you. Other speakers on this item? Okay, is there anyone by Zoom? Hey, George, I can't write left-handed, so can you answer those questions that were brought up, Mr. Arvizo?
I am not aware of any rabies testing that goes on once they are trapped. I'd have to ask a trapper if they even do that or if they've done that. I don't believe so. I haven't received any information of the sort, but I can certainly look into that if a trapping contract is directed by the City Council. As it relates to Rita's question with regards to the limitation, I believe it said yards.
Okay.
I believe it was yards, and the thing to be aware of is that if it is within a residence, within that radius, you can obtain property owners' consent, but it has to be every property owner within that radius area.
Okay.
And the types of traps, thank you, Bruce. The types of traps that is commonly used is called a snare trap. And these snare traps predominantly go around the neck area. Other animals can be taken into there by accident. I have heard of cases where that does occur, but that's the potential that may always occur whenever you're placing any sort of trap. In terms of monitoring the packs, the city's consultant, Humane Wildlife Control, they did that analysis of the packs, and so there were 2 packs that were prevalent, one coming from El Segundo as well as one coming from Redondo Beach that were coming into the areas. They do have a radius. I believe the radius is around 10 to 15 miles where they could be roaming around. In terms of monitoring the packs, I can't say that we have an active monitoring program of any sort of knowing which pack is present, but I think there's just an insinuation that most of the time when there is coyote activity in the Miracosta Pollywog area, that's predominantly what's known as the Redondo pack. And then the one that is near the Manhattan Village area, that's the coyotes that are in El Segundo, and the area that we've identified as an area where there could be coyotes is in the Chevron refinery.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Council.
Made a motion, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry, what's the motion?
My motion to direct staff to maintain the status quo detailed in the staff report and adopt the Coyote Management Response Plan as presented.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councilmember Lesser. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, thank you. Going back to that chart on number 11, where it talks about the response chart based upon the green, yellow, orange, red. The very first thing, as far as the response and action by city, the very first one is hazing. So I asked that question about hazing. What do you do? So if you see them, haze them. If they're coming in, to your yard, haze them. If you see them interacting with your pets, hazing. Okay? That's asking a lot of a person who's probably frightened to death of seeing a coyote within their eyesight or within, several yards, to actually stand there and think about hazing. The thing that commonly happens, because I've seen them. I grew up in Arizona and I saw a lot of, and I worked out in the country and, rode horses, is to turn around and run the opposite way. So maybe they're not getting, in part of their deprogramming, enough of this hazing. Also, I can't think of anything that would be a better hazing incident than to try to trap a coyote. If they're as smart as they say, they're going to understand that they're not going to be welcome around a trap or with a trapper out there. So I think we need to, in the interest of the escalating sightings and the predations, we've got to do something. And it's not just removing food sources from, wild animals. I think we should be a little bit more proactive through animal control for feral cats because they are a target. There were 3 incidences, just for me personally, that have been rather disturbing within this time frame. I can't exactly pinpoint the date, but there was a video of a coyote on a Saturday morning running around Pacific Field while a soccer game was going on. Now, that was during the day. Maybe it was attracted by the snacks or something or what, but it's in that field and it's trying to find a way to get out. And so you've got an animal, a wild animal, under very extreme stress with children. But there's at least 15 members, on each team, so there's 30 children. There's their little brothers and sisters, so there's another 30 more. There's parents, there's another 30 more. So there's 80 folks just within center field. And if that coyote had not found a spot in the fence to get out, and somebody had gone up to it trying to haze it and the thing feels trapped, what happens to a trapped animal? They pretty much attack. Okay? 30 years, I've been here longer than that, but 30 years living near Pacific Field and coaching soccer games there, I wouldn't know as a coach what to do other than just to sort of round up the kids and get them out of potential harm's way. Never had that before. Very scary, it's a very scary situation. The other 2 was a neighbor calling me up early in the morning, said, "Is your cat okay?" Because, and pardon me, I don't mean to be graphic, but there was half of a cat that was dropped by a coyote in front of his house, and he had it on his Ring doorbell. I examined my Ring doorbell, and that coyote walked right, walked right by us with the animal in its mouth, dead, of course. Okay, so that I'd never witnessed before. And then there was just on the block south on Pine Avenue, probably about a month before that, a cat, a neighborhood cat, viciously torn apart, by a coyote. George and I talked about this earlier. I didn't see it on the map, those two predations, but, we'll try to firm that up. So it's happening, it's real. I don't want to have to talk to the family where somebody gets attacked. That's why I asked the questions about, are there places where they get attacked? It doesn't matter. The Coyotes don't read a map, okay? They don't know if they're in the, North LA County or here or in Torrance or whatever. They're here. That's an amazing amount of sightings in 2022. Or 70 total for 2022. And we're on kind of track. If you take 3 that happened in January of 2023, multiply times 12, that's 36. I don't know. A lot of these happened more in the warmer months. So we don't know if they're going to be coming in, if they're going to be more sightings this year during those warmer months. So I think we have the evidence that they're here, that it's where they haven't been before. And I support the trapping option. That's our job. Our job is for the welfare, is to look out for the welfare of our residents. And this is an escalating problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Councilmember Lesser?
For anyone like my family who has lost pets to either coyotes or raccoons or other animals, it's devastating. I mean, our pets are extensions of our family, and we've experienced that, and I understand how upsetting this is. For any of us who've seen these videos that are terrifying of coyotes attacking young children, they are extremely upsetting. But what I am focused on, having gone back and watched the prior proceeding of the council, was what the expert hired by the city said. To the extent you take out coyotes from this territory, others will come in their place. I thought that's what drove this council to direct a far better, more robust public outreach campaign. And I would make a friendly amendment to Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery's motion that the motion be made to encourage greater outreach than just 1,400 brochures being distributed in advance of the period where we know they're going to be more active. Right now, they are not active. Right now, they're in hibernation. But it's obvious that there will be greater activity. So I would be in favor of greater public outreach, as well as a more proactive approach, to the extent there isn't one already, for our animal control officers to be on the lookout for feral cats, because that was something else that the expert engaged by the city indicated. That is their food stores. And that is one of the reasons why she proffered that so many coyotes were coming to our community, because there was hiding space in some of these areas obstructed by plants, as well as a food source in the form particularly of feral cats and trash enclosures that, as George indicated, there's been more covers installed. So that is why I've seconded the motion of Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery. I think we should continue with the status quo, subject to greater outreach and subject to greater proactive trapping of feral cats.
Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little bit torn, because I'll tell you, on page, I guess it's page 8 of the Humane Coyote Control Group, it says, in Torrance, the city of Torrance, where that city's ongoing efforts to eliminate coyotes by lethal means does not appear to be reducing the presence of coyotes. Results from its 3-year campaign suggest there's been no significant decrease in the population and could be actually counterproductive for reasons that my colleague mentioned. What has proven effective is removal of the food resources that attract and support coyotes in the urban environment. And I'm torn because of the concern I have about pets, but in Huntington Beach, the toddler was attacked. So I am torn, but I don't think that the trapping and the euthanizing or lethal trapping actually solves the problem. I do think that we, in addition to more outreach, we have to let people know hazy, I understand what you're saying, you know, that would be terrifying. You see a coyote. But you still are going to have to haze, even if we have a trapping program, right? But you should call 911. If you're afraid, call 911. They'll, you know, tell them animal control, come, there's a coyote in my yard. Or here at Pacific Field, gather up your kids and there's a, you know, call animal control. But, so again, I would love to do something, but if it's not effective, and we could try it, we could also try the alternate program, this option, I have it here somewhere, the selective trapping. We could try that. I'm not concerned about the CEQA issue. I think we can try to mitigate that, try to negative declaration. You know, in the report that y'all looked at back at one of your earlier council meetings, the feral cat feeding just kills me, right? Got to stop that. Let's do even more outreach on that. I mean, we have this great little chart with all these little kitty cat heads on it, and I'm like, oh, but those are feral kitty cats. So more on that, because they've shown that when you reduce that, the incidents go down. I'm torn. I might be willing to try the selective trapping for a little bit and see if that decreases the amount, but I could also support this motion.
Okay.
I'm up for you know, persuasion.
So the name of the organization that did the report is kind of a giveaway, Humane Wildlife Control Incorporated. I appreciate it. I'm not sure it's entirely unbiased. I've read both things that support the idea that trapping actually causes more to come because you create this gap that others fill. And I've also heard that, you know, it works. If you trap enough of them, then they don't come back. So it can go either way. I think what's undeniable is more coming this way. We haven't trapped, and we have more now in terms of sightings than we've ever had before. And is that due to education? I don't necessarily think so. I think a lot of people are seeing these. I guess I'm chagrined at the idea of trapping feral cats, though, and how that doesn't require CEQA review as well. And so if we're going to go down that road, I really think at this point, I'm not set for a automatic trapping of coyotes, but I am for having trapping in our back pocket. And I think that we should do whatever environmental review that's short of 30,000 that requires in reaching a negative deck, because I think for all the examples given, it's kind of ludicrous to assume that this one thing, for all the other controls we have on wildlife and the environment, that the urban setting and policies of council have resulted in, that this is the exception, especially when it is a apex predator in this area. So I think we should have trapping in our back pocket. I think that trapping could be appropriate in the areas with the widest concentration of the dots, over by Maricosta, over by the village, and see what we can decrease. But I think we should have in our back pocket. I think we should have it as spring comes upon us here and mating season, all those things. So I would be in favor of having a limited trapping program as appropriate under consultation with a trapper to reduce the numbers that are here. And we'll see what the results of that are. And if it results in more, we'll find out. But right now, I don't have enough evidence that shows me that. All I do is have evidence is more. And, you know, if you ever dealt with the folks who feed feral cats, good luck persuading them not to. There's no chance they're not going to continue feeding the feral cats. So, yeah, and you know, we're offering up as far as we should find those folks. In fact, I think I read a post on Nextdoor where I was fined for feeding feral cats. How dare they? And yeah, it creates a hazard. It creates a feeding ground for coyotes. And as Councilman Franklin said, you know, more and more, and something can happen. But I don't disagree with that. So a limited trapping program, to have that at the ready when we think there's a large enough concentration or a neighborhood is finding a lot of the predation, killed animals. It's a nicer way of saying animals that are killed by coyotes. So I want I'm in favor of a limited trapping program, and I think we should do the work to get there. Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, clarification. I think I support that. When you say limited, you mean selective. That's the terminology they use.
Yeah.
And then I would want to see, I don't know if 6 months would give us enough evidence, but, I want it to come back so we can see, how that's doing. I would also support that as long as we also continue to educate the public, remove food sources, here's safe hazing and call 911. So I would support that, but I know we have a motion on the floor that's different, so.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yeah, and I forgot to make this comment, but I always talk about Reach the Beach, the app on the phone, to report graffiti and the like, and now there's a coyote sighting feature on Reach the Beach. Thank you, IT. Where are you, IT? Somewhere here, there, yeah, back there.
All right, back to the vote.
So just encourage everybody to use that. That's going to really help us get the kind of quantifiable data that helps us to make that kind of decision. So that's very, very important.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is the motion going to stay?
The motion will stay. The friendly amendment, David Les, you want to repeat your amendment, your friendly amendment, Dave?
Friendly amendment was a bit different than what I'm hearing the majority might want, but that would be proactive outreach to the community, particularly in advance of what the season is, that we know there's going to be increased sightings at a minimum, and two, more proactive capture and whatever animal control can do with feral cats, although the mayor certainly raises an interesting question about how feral cat trappings relate to coyote trapping, but that would be my friendly amendment.
Thank you. I accept that. And Your Honor, to your point, I'm not taking off keeping the trapping in our back pocket. I agree. Circumstances may change, and I'm open to keeping that trapping in our back pocket if and when they change, but not selectively out of the blue unless we have reason to change it. So that's how I would keep it so that we all on the same page. I'm open to selective trapping. I'm open to keeping trapping in our back pocket. In my mind, never went away. So how do you want to phrase that in this motion, or how you want to include it? I'm open.
Well, I'm going to respectfully oppose the motion and vote no on it because I think that we need to put the trapping program together now. And given any CEQA review, it's going to take a matter of days that requires. I'd rather, again, start that now and we start a clock on next 6 months and see what the results of that are.
Okay. Then I'll keep it as is, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So voting screen, please.
Motion fails.
Okay. Is there another motion? Or Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Howorth.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry, no, Councilmember Howorth, go ahead.
All right, so I move to adjust the city's trapping approach to include selective trapping, which also doesn't mean we're not still going to do all the outreach and everything else that we're doing. And to come back in 6 to 8 months with, yes, Mr. City Attorney?
Well, if there's a second to that motion, is that option number 2?
Yeah, option number 2,
Okay.
number 1.
Second?
Yeah, a second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Howorth and a second by Councilmember Franklin. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Thank you. So clarification on what selective trapping means. For those of us that have not been watching this for years, what does that mean to you in the motion? And how are you going to let me phrase it. What does it mean to you, selective trapping, based on what? What triggers selective trapping?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the concentration of the dots, concentration of the predations, and also getting the approval, whatever approvals we need, 150 yards, as it was said, from residences. So, this isn't, we're not going to go out tomorrow and start blasting away at Wile E. Coyote. We're going to have to do this on a very discreet and way going forward. We don't even know where yet because we don't have any approvals to do it.
And just clarification again, for that map, I'm not sure, George, when you made that map, is that map still current? Are those numbers, those dots that show where the coyote sightings have been? Maricosta, number 1, behind the gates, number 2,
Yeah.
if it's still current. We're looking at old data. Have the coyotes moved? The dot's still actually there today. So to me, when you set up the trapping, I understand the concept, but based on what data? From last year? Has things changed since then? I'm curious, do we update those dots before we selectively trap? Or just give carte blanche to selectively trap based on what we find going forward? That's trying to narrow that down.
Yeah. In terms of what you see before you in the map, that does reflect February 2022 to January 2023. So it's the most recent data available. In terms of how we would have it, how would we determine selective trapping option? Obviously, we would take historical precedent in mind, and then we'd look at new trends that are existing. So it's a bit of a judgment call in terms of what we've seen and what we may see in the future, based off of the facts of the situation.
Sure, the trapper would provide input too.
Correct.
And to that point, Your Honor, George, when does the trapper, he or she, update this information? Is it monthly? And you'll give us a new dot map to say, hey, the coyotes have moved from Costa to the west side, or they've gone to the east side. They've gone behind the mall.
Well, the trapper would be responsible primarily for trapping, and they would give us information as to there's been a trap that caught a coyote in this location, and they would report that to animal control. But in terms of where the coyote sightings and where these predations are occurring, that's still under our animal control division, and they're the ones who update the data that gets sent to our GIS analyst and inputs that into the map.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. No other questions.
Okay. We have a voting screen, please. Okay, please vote. Everyone vote.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay.
The word selective was key.
All right. Council, I know we got some folks here, but 8:14, we've been at it for 2 hours, 15 minutes. Did you have a little 5 to 10 minute break for nature?
I would like that, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate that. I wanted to.
We are back, almost. We're live, all right, and we're back. And we are swiftly moving along to item 13, consideration of special event legacy status for Two to Pier and Catalina Classic, and consideration of a new special event application for our LA Chargers draft event. Parks and Rec Director Lehman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Napolitano, members of the City Council. This evening's item will be presented by our Senior Management Analyst, Linda Robb.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Linda Robb, Senior Management Analyst, Parks and Recreation. The special events item before you this evening requests legacy status for 2 events and consideration for a new proposed event. For some background, the current special events policy was approved in July 2018 and includes a provision allowing events that have been held successfully in Manhattan Beach for 10 years or more to request legacy status. Once legacy status is granted, it makes the event eligible for fee waivers at the City Council's discretion. The special events policy also breaks down events into impact levels requiring varying levels of review and approval. In a nutshell, smaller events requiring few or no city services would be categorized as impact level 1 and may be approved by the Staff Special Events Committee, which is comprised of members of every department and meets monthly to discuss event logistics and to consider new events. Medium-sized events requiring some city services may fall into event level 2, requiring review and approval by the Staff Special Events Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. And larger events requiring a high level of city services or involving alcohol is a new event at the Pier area, among other things, will fall into impact level 3. Impact level 3 events require review by the Staff Special Events Committee, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and ultimately City Council for approval. So tonight, there are 2 events applying for legacy status. The first one is the Tour de Pier Spin Bike fundraiser. It's been held in Manhattan Beach since 2013 and has raised millions of dollars for local cancer-related nonprofits. To date, the Tour de Pier has paid fully burdened rates for city staff and services for all the events that they've held. The second event is the Catalina Classic paddleboard race from Catalina's Isthmus Cove to Manhattan Beach Pier. It was established in Manhattan Beach in 1955 and is known as the granddaddy of all paddleboard races. The Catalina Classic Paddleboard Association makes donations to local nonprofit organizations that work with youth groups, education, and water safety. City services are not dedicated or billed to this event, which is part of the larger International Surf Festival, because it's held in the water and on the beach, so it doesn't really require much from us. The legacy status would allow the organizers to hang a banner in the city to advertise their event. In addition to the legacy status requests, we have a new event application for an impact level 3 event. The Los Angeles Chargers Draft Day event. This event is proposed to take place on Thursday, April 27th, 2023, from 4 to 10 p.m. in conjunction with the National Football League Draft. The event would occupy Manhattan Beach Boulevard, west of Manhattan Avenue, as well as the upper and lower pier lots. The event would feature fan experience areas, food and beverage, including alcohol, entertainment, and a VIP area. The event application requested setup beginning on April 24th originally. The Special Events Committee at their review recommended April 26th to minimize impact to the area. And as the event ends at 10 p.m., complete breakdown will not be possible on the 27th, but an extended work time for breakdown may allow for a less than full day closure of the area on the following day. The event will be free to the public. Organizers will encourage registration for free tickets in order to track interest and anticipate attendance. Manhattan Beach residents will be offered the opportunity to register for a ticket before the general public. Staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission are recommending approval of the LA Chargers Draft Day event with these requirements. 50% of the available tickets to be offered to Manhattan Beach residents prior to the general public. The LA Chargers make a meaningful contribution to a local Manhattan Beach nonprofit organization. And the LA Chargers invite Manhattan Beach athletic groups to participate, for example, the Miracosta football team or other local sports teams. Staff is seeking direction on the 2 legacy event proposals and the new event. This concludes my part of the presentation. There are 2 presentations. The Tour de Pier have a presentation, and the LA Chargers do. Would you like to see those
Let's
presentations
get some
first?
questions
Okay.
in first for you, because I have one, and that is the Catalina Classic, the street banner. Is that within our policy for street banner? I thought only city-sponsored events got street banners.
Becoming a legacy event would in effect make it a city-sponsored event. So if they became the legacy event, that would allow you to waive the banner fee, which would make them a co-sponsored event.
One of the things about being a legacy event, though, is not to expand upon those things and generate the need for more city resources, because you don't get them automatically. Right? So the request here is simply for the banner?
In effect, yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Howorth.
Picking up on the same kind of topic, it can't be no other fees, can it, for the Catalina Classic? Because it ends at our pier. So are there trash, extra trash receptacles? Is there any traffic, rerouting? This in no way reflects my opinion about the event, but I want us to be very clear that on, what we're approving. And I'm just curious that there really is no other fee.
The Catalina Classic doesn't get billed for city services as an individual event. The event as a whole is the International Surf Festival. So it's included under the umbrella of the International Surf Festival.
Thank you, that's right. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Well, Councilmember Howorth, any more questions?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, thank you. So we see the chart of the fees that have been paid by the Tour de Pier event.
Yes.
Started in 2019 at 30,000, and then it got lower. So this past year, it's 17,782. What could explain that?
One explanation for that is that there was a different lieutenant that was managing special events at the time. And so when it was Lieutenant Herod and then Lieutenant Saboski came in, and they had slightly different views on how much security was needed. So mostly it's a difference in police staffing that would have reduced that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Staff?
I have more questions about the Chargers event, but I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity to describe it first.
Okay, so who's going first?
So it was planned to have the Tour de Pier present theirs first. Okay. This is Heath Gregory at the Tour de Pier.
Hello, Heath Gregory, co-founder of Tour de Pier, Mayor, Honorable Council. Thank you for having us tonight. On behalf of my other co-founders, John Hirschberg, Lisa Mannheim, our board, charities, and supporters, thank you for considering Tour de Pier for legacy status. We've been looking forward to this opportunity for a while now. Back in 2013, you guys took a chance, a flyer on us, even when our own family didn't have any idea what we were envisioning. So real quick, I thought I'd walk through a presentation that gives you a little bit of a history of the event, some of the benefits to the city in the future. What is Tour de Pier? For those of you that don't know, it's a spin bike fundraising event that happens in May, typically the third week in May, down at the Manhattan Beach Pier. The lower parking lots and upper parking lots are usually the location. We set up hundreds of spin bikes. It's like doing 4 or 5 spin classes, and we raise money to support local psychosocial support, as well as to fund cancer research with some of the top local institutions in the area. How did Tour de Pier get started? My good friend John Hirschberg, he lost his father to pancreatic cancer back in 1997, and he had come across a similar concept that was done indoors. And he approached me about the idea of possibly doing this. I had said that I had actually done an outdoor event similar to what we were planning on doing at Tour de Pier in Barcelona during one of the Tour de France events. And I said, I'm all in. I want to do it. So we got Lisa Mannheim, who's the director of the Hirschberg Foundation, who's put on hundreds of events. And together, we got started. 2 years later, the city actually won Best Event by Parks and Recs in California. You can see here, former council member Wayne Powell accepted the honor on behalf of all of us. And 10 years later, here we are. We've raised more than $10.4 million to help fight cancer and help these 3 charities. So some of the funds, the majority of them have actually been directed to some of the top institutions in our area in LA. And there's been hundreds of free classes and support opportunities for families and patients who are needing psychosocial support through the cancer support community of South Bay. TDP is really connecting the entire community. So we like to say it doesn't matter if you're 12 or 80, you can ride on a stationary bike. You don't even have to balance it. And it weaves in everybody of all ages, families with the health expo that we have, that we set up in the upper parking lots where we've got, the Chargers, we've got, a lot of the top pro football teams and soccer teams has come out, provide activities for the kids. It's a great opportunity to kind of promote a healthy lifestyle. It also gives an opportunity for a lot of the local businesses. It doesn't matter if you happen to be one of the larger ones in town, like Chevron, but we have a number of other smaller businesses that are engaged as well. The last few years, we've kind of really gone out of our way to make sure that everybody can participate. We've included opportunities for adaptive riders now. And so they've created like their own 2 teams that are able to participate in their own way. Includes, students. So, as we know, many of our kids in the community have immense talent in various ways. And, throughout the event, we're trying to create some, fun moments and really create opportunities for them to kind of showcase a lot of their talents as well. Civic groups, like those of us here tonight, have an opportunity to participate with our lifeguards, getting after it with their spray guns. We hear it all the time, but, a lot of people really cherish this day. Some consider it the best day of the year. And I think, as far as the benefits go to the city and the community, one of them is that there are a lot of people that are facing silent cancer battles in our community, and we don't hear about it. It's not a popular topic. People don't really want to share that kind of news. And this is really probably the one day in our community. You get it. It's a day to heal. It's a day for everybody to get together and really connect and share stuff that's going on with them personally. Some of the other benefits, it promotes a healthy lifestyle. So we have some of the top athletes that are engaged with us. We have a lot of the sponsors and vendors that are really promoting their products as well. One of the other benefits to the community is that, we're bringing people in that are coming from all over the place. We have people that are coming from 22 states, 3 countries, and that was just in 2022. We typically get, depending upon whether or not there's a car chase or something else going on, we typically get some, good exposure from the local TV stations. For those of you that are sports fans, we have beat out the Chargers a couple times on SportsCenter and have gotten top 10 3 times. So get a lot of exposure, I think, for the community and what we're doing there. The benefits is really also, I think, for the crew here.
Play to my vanity.
Exactly. You're in there somewhere, I'm sure. But I'd like to think that this gives you guys also an opportunity to share time with your constituents as well. So to date, we feel like we've had a good legacy of working closely with the city, creating a safe, efficient, first-class kind of event. And we value our working relationships with the police, fire, and lifeguards, and we'll continue to do that moving forward. Really, as far as the future, we're really trying to, honor kind of what we've done in the past. We feel like the footprint is the footprint. We, had to take a dip. We took back, with COVID, we dropped a few riders, probably about 200 riders, and are hoping to work our way back up to that, but we're not looking to expand significantly. And we just want to continue to raise money to fight cancer and support, those families in need in the South Bay. So I'll end with a few words, but of course we all hope the cure for cancer is around the corner and we can turn our focus toward Pier to some other pressing need. In the meantime, by extending this legacy status, it provides us more marketing tools to further engage our community and additional funds to further the important work of our charities. With your vote tonight, you have an opportunity to further support a truly one-of-a-kind, homegrown event that brings people from around the country and even world to Manhattan Beach. It also reinforces the city's commitment to give those in our community who are fighting silent battles of cancer hope. So please vote for furthering their hope. Vote for celebrating life. Please vote yes for Tour de Purity Legacy event. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Don't go anywhere. We have questions? No questions? I thought you had a question.
For the Chargers draft event.
Okay.
Questions for Hugh.
Any other questions for Heath? I did have one. So, I guess between Heath and staff is, if it gets back to 200 riders, does it really matter who's in charge of the staffing, of who's determining the police out there as to what the cost is going to be?
Well, if it gets back to 200 riders total? 200
more riders,
200
yeah.
more riders, it would need reevaluation from the police department. One of the, when the city council approved the last fee waivers for all of the legacy events, there was a stipulation in there that if the price were to go up more than 10% over a previous year, that it would need to come back to city council for approval.
So maybe I can clarify the 200 riders. So that's not beyond anything that we've had before the 200. So we've already been at that level back in 2019. So we're just saying it dipped. So I think as far as the staffing that they provided, I don't think it was dependent upon a new different number.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Chargers?
So I will introduce Lisa Simmons, who will be presenting for the LA Chargers. And just to let you know, if you have any questions, other questions regarding the Catalina Classic, our own Steve Fairbrother of the fire department, I believe, is on the Zoom.
He's up there.
Or is he here? Did he make it? Okay, I saw him sign in. Okay, sorry.
Live and in person.
Actually, do you want to have him come down first? Or?
Do you have anything that you want to say, Steve?
No, just be.
You need the microphone.
That's a yes.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Yeah, thanks for hearing us out here. I've been involved with this event for coming up on 40 years now. It's an event that started in the 50s here in the city. Actually, the Manhattan Open started because of the paddleboard race. So you guys are all familiar with all that history, and our fees are very, very small time, but it just helps. Every penny that we get that's extra goes to the Roundhouse, it goes to the Junior Lifeguard Program, it goes to the Cabrillo Marine Museum, the Lanternman Fund, all of these nonprofits that are help with ocean safety, ocean awareness, and the like. So it's a great, our organization's a great one. It's a part of the city of Manhattan Beach's heritage and history. So we decided we'd pen a letter and see if we could get the legacy status, and we would really appreciate your consideration in this matter.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Any questions? All right, no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now the charges.
I'm sure you figured out that I'm not Lisa Simmons, but you'll be hearing from her shortly. Let me first say, before we begin, I want to thank Heath for all the incredible work he's done. Really, the tour de Pier has been inspiration for us and why we appear before this group. He's done an incredible job. We've had the honor of participating a couple of years, and so it's been great. My only wish is that he would have held the event the day we played our wild card game, so less people might watch the second half, but maybe in the future. So my name's Fred Mass. I'm the Chief of Staff and Counselor, Los Angeles Chargers. We've got a few folks with us. You're going to hear from Lisa Simmons, as you know, and from Zach Emdy, who's here, who'll give you a part of a presentation. Also with us is Carson Woods, a Manhattan Beach resident, who's part of our premium sales and suite team. And Chris Lopez, who's here somewhere as part of our executive team. So thank you to you and your staff for all the work you've put in, for the honor of being able to submit an application for this event. It's a very big deal to us, and I hope it's a big deal to you as well. We've been very blessed to be warmly embraced by folks in the South Bay, and it's really an opportunity for us to come back and celebrate that here. As I'm sure you're all aware, the draft has really become the christening of the NFL season. It really is the first kickoff that really celebrates the beginning of football. And so it's an opportunity for us to come here and engage with the South Bay and engage with this community. A little known fact is that the first night of the draft has as much viewership as the last year as any game in the World Series, and the seventh game of the NBA Classic, about 10 million people. So it's a chance for us to bring the Los Angeles Chargers, but also the NFL to your wonderful city. So we appreciate all the hard work you've all done to make this all possible. You're going to hear from Lisa, who'll give you a presentation about the event itself, and from Zach about some of our community relations efforts that we'll be doing in the city. So again, on behalf of the Spanos family of the Chargers, thank you all very much for the opportunity to be here tonight.
I guess, how long is the presentation?
Short, I hope.
Yep, short and sweet.
You and me both. Okay. Come on up.
Thank you, Fred. We will be short and sweet, I promise. Nice to meet all of you. As Fred mentioned, my name is Lisa, and I work in the entertainment and event production space for the club. I've been with the team for 20 seasons, so it's my pleasure to walk you through what our vision is for this event in the South Bay. We're just going to push through our next slide here. Perfect. Why the South Bay? Many reasons that we're interested in the South Bay. At the forefront of that decision is the fact that we are building our new facility, our corporate headquarters and training facility in El Segundo, which is just a few miles from Manhattan Beach. Our stadium is close by in Inglewood, and this is truly the first opportunity that we've had to really put down roots in the South Bay. Reason being, we've been operating out of Orange County. Our businesses are currently located in Costa Mesa, and we played temporarily for 3 seasons in Carson before we moved into Inglewood, into SoFi Stadium. So this is truly the first opportunity that we've had to put down roots in the South Bay. Additionally, when we moved into the Los Angeles market, we had the opportunity to support a few events that were hosted here in Manhattan Beach. One that comes to mind is Tour de Pier, and another one is the Skechers Peer-to-Peer Friendship Walk. It was evident when we were participating in those events that community was at the forefront of those events. You could tell from spectators to vendors to participants, anything and everything really focused on community. Community is at the forefront of our decision-making on the business side, so it's certainly something that we hope will translate here into the South Bay. Not only that, once we move closer into the South Bay in spring of 2024, Manhattan Beach will be the future home to many players, coaches, and personnel on both the business and football operations staff. As Fred mentioned, the draft is really the kickstart to the NFL season, so it's a thrilling opportunity for all 32 teams. It is an opportunity for us to continue to develop our roster and stack our team for the season upcoming. We currently hold the 21st overall pick in the first round of the 2023 draft. The live coverage of the draft starts at 5 p.m. locally, but it's held in Kansas City. So the coverage starts at 5 p.m. Pacific. Being the 21st round pick, we anticipate that our pick will happen around 8:45, 9 o'clock, given we don't trade our pick. We would like to conduct our event in the Manhattan Beach Pier, at the base of the pier. We are also interested in both the north and south lots, the upper and lower lots. When we initially spoke to the Parks and Rec Commission about the timing for our event, we discussed a start time of 4 p.m. and an end time of 10 p.m. What we are proposing for consideration tonight is an earlier start time of 2 p.m., which will allow us to integrate additional event programming to involve MiraCosta High School, as well as local artists to the Manhattan Beach area. This could be acoustic guitar players, this could be saxophonists, this could be any sort of street fair type musicians that we would like to incorporate into our event programming ahead of the draft, coverage at 5 p.m. What fans can expect while attending our event is a complimentary event, free to our guests. They will get live coverage of the NFL draft on a large screen that we plan to project on the main stage at the base of the pier. We'll have live hosts and pick analysis by football experts. We anticipate appearances by Chargers legends, which are our alumni members, as well as current players. Live music by our resident DJ, Esther Anaya, performances by our Thunderbolts, which is the official drumline of the Los Angeles Chargers. Fans can also experience merchandise available for purchase, all the latest and greatest fan gear for the 2023 season, multiple photo opportunities, and most important is that live shot on NFL Network and any other local broadcasts that pick it up during our first round pick, which will be shot here at the base of the pier. We also anticipate building out a VIP experience. This would be exclusive for some of our premium sponsorship, suite, and club members. Community engagement. One thing I mentioned early on in this presentation is the importance of community. So what we are proposing tonight for your consideration is involvement from some of these select organizations. First and foremost is MiraCosta High School. We would like to integrate the MiraCosta Band, the dance team, the football, and the Spirit Squad into event programming. We'd also like to work closely with the MCHS Athletic Director, Mike Rosenthal. He's a former NFL player. He played in the league for 9 seasons. We think he can bring value to our event programming by talking about how his experience in the NFL correlates to what he does as Athletic Director for MCHS. We are also joined tonight by Sophie. She's a sophomore at MCHS and an advocate of girls flag football. Sophie, if you could raise your hand. She is here tonight in support, and I know she has a few words she'd like to say towards the end of the presentation. Additionally, we'd like to consider Beach City Sports, BCS. This is a local organization that we work closely with all the time. We are currently working closely with them to launch their first ever girls flag football league in the spring. That consists of us working to create curriculum and education programs for their coaches. We also plan to support their opening ceremonies next month in March of 2023. We'd like to maybe consider having them be a part of the event programming as well. Perhaps we can acknowledge and recognize their current championship team. The Friendship Foundation is an organization that we currently support. They also are the beneficiary of the Skechers Peer-to-Peer Friendship Walk. They also have a local chapter comprised of students at MiraCosta High School. We found it to be a unique opportunity where we could involve those students in some of our event programming. They can talk about the work that they do in the community. We'd also like to make a donation to the Friendship Foundation and incorporate the check presentation into a part of our event programming. The beach cleanup. We've been working closely with the Surfrider Foundation to facilitate a beach cleanup on Saturday, May 6th. This would be the weekend following the event. Lastly, we'd like to talk about the doggy draft. Traditionally, we host a doggy draft during our annual draft event. This is where we work with a local animal rescue or shelter, and we essentially offer a mobile adoption unit on site. What we would look to do is cover the adoption fees for that day, make a donation to the participating shelter, and an additional donation to the Peter Zippy Memorial Fund. Again, we can incorporate those check presentations into the event programming. Perfect. Food and beverage. Having an event from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., obviously people are going to want to eat and drink. So we've been working closely with Jill Lampkin, who is working to provide us a list of considerations of local establishments that would be interested in offering their food and beverage for sale as a part of our event. We're interested in doing this in one of the upper lots in a contained area, and again, offering priority to those local establishments to sell their food and beverage. Ultimately, what we're also looking to do is introduce new establishments in the Manhattan Beach area to our fan groups. They are our most passionate fans, and every away game when the team's on the road, they're looking for a new place to go to gather and watch our game. It's our hope that we can introduce them to some of those spaces during our draft event and encourage them to come back throughout the season. What you're looking at now is our proposed site plan. We'd like to build out our main stage at the base of the pier. You can see that there on the left-hand side in the blue box. In the lower lots, we'd be looking to further develop fan experience. This would be those photo opportunities that we talked about, maybe some fan engagement activities, VIP hospitality in one of the upper lots, and then the food and beverage in a contained area in the adjacent upper lot. What we're looking at now is our proposed load-in, load-out schedule for your consideration. It's our understanding that work must be completed between 7 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. That being said, we'd like to propose Tuesday the 25th and Wednesday the 26th from 8 to 5 for a potential load-in schedule. We would need primarily the first day to build, the second day to test everything. Our technology, big part of our programming is going to be on those large monitors, so we need to be able to test that during the day ahead of event day. Event day being Thursday, April 27th. We'd look at prepping for the event at 8 a.m., an event start time of 2 p.m., ending at 10 p.m. We'd like to start loading out that evening if permitted. It's our understanding that we can't do anything beyond midnight. That being the case, we'd like to look at a variance or coming back the following day and loading out on Friday the 28th. And those are just a couple things that we wanted to discuss with all of you tonight.
So why the difference? And the staff report says one thing, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., and it says set up to begin on April 26th, but you're asking for different times and different setup days.
What we're asking for is 2 days prior to the event from 8 to 5. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we can start to build. So build our stage and build out our activation areas. And then event day would be on the 27th.
Right, and then you want to start at 2 instead of 4, but why the difference between what you're presenting to us and what you presented to Parks and Rec Commission?
When we presented to Parks and Rec Commission, some of the feedback we got was incorporating some additional event programming to include Maricosta High School, as well as some local entertainment options. So in order for us to accommodate that request, we'd be looking to start our event sooner.
So if Mayor Pro Tem has a saxophone, he can come down at 2.
That is correct.
Okay.
2 o'clock on the dot.
Friends like these. All right, Councilmember Lesser.
I have some questions related to the scale of the event and the impact of our downtown residents on a work and school night.
Mm-hmm.
So no one's mentioned it so far, but what's the anticipated attendance for the event?
We were looking for some guidance from City Council on what is permitted within the space, what's conducive for the space. We could have anywhere from 10,000, we could have 5,000. We really don't know because we've never produced an event in this space before. So we are looking for some direction so we can help monitor what those numbers look like.
But I think I read in the staff report up to 10,000 attendees. However, the organizers are receptive to scaling it back. But I'm just trying to think how even a fraction of that number would get to the event, would be able to park.
Or Lesser, if I could tag on to that, though, how do you control the event? If fences aren't going up there, how do you monitor? I hear the tickets because you want to know how many people are going to show up, but is someone going to be checking the tickets? There's not going to be fences. People need access that are going to be walking the Strand north and south. They still need access to the pier to get through everybody.
Right.
Are there going to be walking pedestrian points between everything? including the dining decks that are there already? How are you going to monitor how many people can come or go?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. When we first spoke about the 10,000, I was asked to give a number from a previous event. So we have accommodated up to 10,000 for an event of this magnitude, but we've done it at different locations. It's our understanding that this is not technically a ticketed event because it's not necessarily a closed event, given that we can't block the pier and some of the pedestrian walkways. So really, there is no way for us to necessarily ticket going in and out. It's also our understanding that it's a recommendation of the city that it's open as well. So it's a free-flowing event similar to Tour de Pier and some of the other events that we've attended in Manhattan Beach.
So let me continue, though, with how the fans would even get there, let alone park vehicles. There's a reference in the staff report of what would be required, which would be an event traffic control and parking plan. But I'm just wondering to what extent there's been even preliminary thought to where you would put the vehicles, let alone have, I presume, some sort of transportation on a workday.
Right. Yeah, it's a great question. So we understand that for anybody that's coming to our event, we don't have parking available for them. So what we're discussing internally is shuttle services. 2 locations that we're looking at, one of which is right down the street, which is the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. The other is SoFi Stadium. So we're considering shuttle services from both of those locations, in addition to working with our partners in the rideshare business on how we can accommodate rideshare opportunities for our guests, and working closely with the city to establish the appropriate drop-off and pickup locations for that.
There will be amplified sound, will there not?
That is correct.
Where are the speakers going to be, roughly?
They would be located near the pier, at the base of the pier where we would have our stage built out.
I guess to what extent has there been a consideration of how sound travels at night, particularly given that there's so many residents that live not far from the pier?
Yeah, it was our understanding that 10 p.m. was the cutoff for amplified sound, hence why our event is scheduled to conclude at 10 p.m. We'd obviously work closely with all involved to further develop what our stage looks like and what amplified sound plan looks like as well.
Okay, let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So where is your fan base? How would you describe where your fan base is? I mean, it came from San Diego. Pardon me, I don't know how many years. What has it been? 5 years? 6 years. Okay. Hey, I was close. Okay. So do you find that they're in this area? I know they're willing to travel, but just in terms of just local, the beach cities. I mean, do you see a pretty good concentration there? Or?
We do. We've had a very robust. We've had a pretty robust fan base that has been building in the South Bay. I think a lot's helped because we spent time here. We're going to be moving to El Segundo, as you know. We plan on planting flags in Manhattan Beach all throughout the South Bay. But we're blessed. We've got a pretty strong fan base still in San Diego. We've got folks in Orange County because we've got a presence there and have our training camp there. So we're seeing activity all up in Southern California. So we're pretty excited about what the future holds.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. May I ask a question of Chief Johnson? I'm just trying to get an idea of the scale. Probably the one event that we have already is the fireworks, in December. Is that 10,000 people, 20,000 people? Do we have an idea?
Much larger.
Much larger?
Yeah, it's
Much larger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Off the top of your head.
Oh, yeah, off the top of my head, Councilmember Franklin, probably about 30,000 people.
30,000? Okay. So this is smaller.
Yes, sir.
And let me also say, we can adjust the size of the crowd, obviously, to fit the needs. There's a little bit of a conflict when you want to open it up to all residents of the city, and then limiting the scale creates some conflicts, as you can imagine. But, we thought 10,000, we had 15,000 people on the pier, which we limited in Santa Monica, which seemed to be pretty manageable. And we had the same issues. We had public, had a public that enjoy the Ferris wheel and the other carnival atmosphere at the pier, but then, how do we deal with all the issues there? So it's really kind of a scaled down model of what we attempted to execute in Santa Monica.
Well, I noticed that there was a provision to give Manhattan Beach residents, a priority. What if they take the majority of the tickets and your fan base is traveling and Well, they wouldn't get the tickets in the first place, presume like that. But is there a provision for that? I mean, you kind of guess what?
Well, the conflict is we're going to limit it, how we deal with the ticketed event.
Yeah.
Because you're opening up to the public. That's where the conflict is. If we're going to limit it, then it will be ticketed. There'll be some priority. The first, if we say it's 5,000, the first 2,500 tickets would go to Manhattan Beach residents first, and then we'd open it up to our season ticket members second. There are lots of ways that we can manage that, but we still, as you all know, we have to keep the event open for the public thoroughfare.
Right, because to be closed. You can't close, no one's proposing to close off the streets.
Right. So it
Okay.
can't be ticketed. I'm finished, thank you.
Member Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Fred, you failed to mention on the Manhattan Beach resident, local counsel, Greg Dole's sitting up next to your guys up there, so he lives here too.
I didn't want to recognize a hired gun. You never
No,
know.
while he's here, that's good. Question
He's
for
here as a resident, though.
Yeah, he is. Lisa, question for you. To Councilman Lester's comment about the amplified sound, would you consider dropping your hours down for amplified sound from 10 to 9? The reason why I'm bringing that up, we have so many events downtown, very few go nighttime. And it's my 14th year as a fireworks CFO, and I can tell you, nighttime is the biggest concern down there. Daytime events, Pier Walk, as you saw, Heath's event down there, all daytime. And fireworks only one at nighttime that extends out, and that's only for holiday music when it works. For the fireworks, that's the only time we allow things down there at nighttime, amplified sound. So that's a concern, but you're open to the idea of working around what council agrees to do as far as amplified sound on hours?
I think the one challenge with hours is that there's no guarantee of how long the draft will go. So if we were picking second round, we could absolutely entertain that. But given we don't know when that 21st round will hit, if we don't trade up, we're just kind of playing a little bit with the time. Are we open to it? Yes, but that is the one challenge. We want to work with the city and mindful of the residents, but I think that's the one challenge
Does
related
that mean
to
the
timing.
draft could go 10:30?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Does that mean your draft choice could be at 10:30?
In my history, it's never gone as long as 10:30. Last year, we picked 17th, and we were done at about 8 o'clock. So it really just depends on how long each team is on the clock.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. My question is the VIP hospitality area, that you're not going to sell tickets to that. That's, for legacy chargers and et cetera, et
Don't
cetera.
sell tickets for anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so no selling tickets.
Selling tickets. I'm sorry. No, we don't sell tickets.
Okay, that was for
No, I
the
just
VIP.
wanted to have him stay at the microphone.
And with the amplified sound, just going back to that a little, and I do understand the constraint of hard to tell, how much time everyone's going to use up. But it wouldn't be like the DJ, at that point in the evening, it's the sound from the screen and the commentary and
Yes, it's a great question. Any of those live entertainment elements we spoke of would happen pre-event programming to really gather in, our guests, provide them some entertainment ahead of the live draft coverage, which starts at 5.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we're going to open up to the public then. You guys can take a seat. Thank you.
I just want to also acknowledge Kaylee Sweet, who's here, and I'm sorry I failed to introduce her at the beginning, who was working with Lisa, so my apologies.
Thank you. All
Apologize
right,
to her.
we'll open up to the public. Anyone want to come down and speak to this item?
I'm fired tonight.
Wow, this sounds fun. It's right across the street from my house. 10,000 people, even 1,000 people at 10 o'clock at night with amplified music trying to get out of town. I just would hope, I think Councilmember Lester said it best, whatever is decided, please consider the residents that are right across the street. Thank you.
Okay. Other speakers? No people here, no speakers. All right. Anyone on Zoom? Okay. Jill?
Hello, Mayor Napolitano and City Council. It's Jill Lampkin, Executive Director for the Downtown Business and Professional Association. Again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person this time. We are on ski week, so we are having fun. I'm sorry that you have to be locked in chambers tonight. But I want to express how thankful I have been to Lisa Simmons and the Chargers for the amount of time that they have spent in outreach with me, trying to determine how they can best support the business community. It's as much, and Heath Gregory, do not kill me for saying this, but as much as we love all of the nonprofits that, you know, that use the space at the pier and the parking and all of those things, it generally is not a huge business draw for us. And this is such a unique opportunity where Lisa was like, you tell us exactly what you need and how can we be involved? We want to help you in any way. I mean, we talked about creative ways to involve the businesses, but also the Roundhouse Aquarium. How do we mitigate the parking issues? I mean, and she has just been incredibly supportive and flexible. So I promise you, my interpretation is she will work with us to do anything to make it a successful event for the community. The one caveat I will give is that we would prefer not to have as much setup time. I'd really prefer if we could have it, you know, minimize that as much as possible, because obviously parking down there is key for all of us. But very supportive of the event itself. I think it's going to be good for the community. I think it's going to be good for the businesses. And I think it's the beginning of a really good business relationship with the Chargers and our community. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. David Archer. Okay. David?
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and City Council. David Archer, Manhattan Beach Chamber. We are also supportive of the Chargers' endeavor to host an event in the downtown area. We actually tried to pull the kickoff event off earlier last year, but we're unsuccessful about that. But I've had some conversations with Carson and some of the other Charger folks, and we would definitely be in support of this. Working through logistics, obviously parking is always an issue, but yeah, we definitely want to help the businesses in Manhattan Beach on a global perspective. So yes, we are in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mike.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. Mike Sims, board member of the Downtown Business Professional Association, and I do apologize for missing the first agenda item. Now that I look at the agenda, I probably should have been part of that as the advisory board for North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement. Anyways, the Chargers, we're here to talk about the, I'm in full support of the Chargers event. We've done some events with them at the Point, more largely on a bigger scale. My brother's company, Lazy Dog Restaurants, of which I'm a partner in as well, has had a 3-year partnership with the Chargers down in Costa Mesa, supplying food for the group. And I can say without a doubt, over the last 3 years, which have not been easy to do business, and they are an exemplary family-owned business to do business with. And if you need any further credit to how high quality of an organization they are, go and check out the new practice facility. They are building. The skeleton structure is up, and it is awesome. So I can say, wholeheartedly and trustfully that they'll do a great job. They want to make this their home base, and the last thing we'd want to do is put an event on that would jeopardize that opportunity. So I support them professionally, personally, and any way I could. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience before we return it back to council? All right, seeing none. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, Ron. I'll start us off here. The easy one to start off with is Tour de Pier. And in full transparency, Jim and Joanne Hunter got me involved with this as a Rotary event, and met Heath through them, and they showed up as an individual sponsor. I thank Heath for not showing a picture of me sucking air between the two firemen on my first couple of rides. But with that being said, that they meet the qualifications, and for the purposes and the charities you donate to, this should be the easiest part of our night. To fully support them being a legacy event. They've earned that right, continue to earn the right. But the most important question asked, they don't grow in size. They've been that way before. We've seen the full impact, and It is a community event, and I'm glad to have them here, headquartered here. The second one, Catalina Classic, as you talked about, it's on the beach. It's part of the Surf Festival. This is also another easier one, the low impact, the part of Surf Festival. Most people don't realize it's there unless they talk about it and broadcast it out as part of Surf Festival. So I have no problem with the fee waiver on those two at all. The tougher one, to Fred's point earlier, Manhattan Beach is not a stranger to the NFL. We hosted the Super Bowl teams here at our hotels for the 2 years ago Super Bowl. And a lot of players, as you know, live here, and more are coming along the way, which is great. The give back part of it, no doubt in my mind. But like the events you talked about that have a higher impact, the number one event is obviously the fireworks that we have once a year. And there is no real setup period. It happens that day and goes on. And then you look at the NBA Open volleyball tournament, which the setup is well before the NBA Open, as all of us know. And you see sketches peer-to-peer walk, which is a huge undertaking. You've all seen it. So I saw one comment that said this is precedent setting. It is not precedent setting, just the opposite. It's a much smaller scale, or it's scalable. It's what other ones are not. They grow and get bigger and bigger. So my only caveat before I'd say yes to this, understanding the chamber supports it and downtown business supports it, to Jim Burton, downtown resident, is that the music part of it being limited earlier, the actual microphone part doesn't bother me because you only get announced when you draft Bijan Robinson from Texas, my school. Then you draft it and you go crazy. I understand that's a limited time on the microphone. To Jim's point, you're not blasting up the hill every second. It's when you draft a player and you make that announcement. It's not constant streaming music going on in the background. So those two things are important to me. With that caveat, whether you use SoFi to shuttle back and forth, whether you use, I think it was Donna Beach Performing Arts Center, or not the Grumman, wherever you go, the impact, as Councilman Lesser said, parking, as you know, our events is non-existent. But same for MB Open. Fireworks, we block off streets in the circumference, you can't get anywhere near it. So that's not the thing that bothers me or concerns me. Noticing parking, you pay the city, reimburse all city costs, police, fire, public works, Parks and Rec. That part is standard for us. That's not a shocker. We like to have that affiliation with the Chargers that shows off our downtown and shows off our pier and donates to the Roundhouse Aquarium, of course. But the first year, it's getting that first footprint down, understanding what things, how they work, what goes on. The fact that you're working with people that have all done it before lessens my concern about that. But if you want to keep that going forward and just make sure you're scalable and flexible on music, timing, noise, I think would be a good start relationship and go from there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me separate this out. I'm going to ask you, Mayor Pro Tem, to make a motion on
here it goes
on the first two on the legacy event status for the Tour de Pier and also for the Catalina Classic.
So moved. I move to the fee waivers and approve both Tour de Pier and Catalina Classic. Stop right there.
As legacy events.
As legacy events, both of them.
Okay.
Can I ask for some, if you vote to...
Microphone.
Yeah, you have to...
Can't hear you.
If you vote to make these events legacy status, you may have noticed in the staff report that some of the legacy events have a 75% fee waiver or 100% fee waiver. The percentage is sort of arbitrary. You, as a council, may choose the percentage of fee waivers that you want to allow for an event.
May I clear the motion?
I'll revise my to even more clarification. These are low-impact, one-day events, and looking at what our fees are for total costs, I'll go 100% fee waiver for both.
I would still second.
Okay, Councilmember Howorth, your second stays?
My second stays, and could I make a comment before we vote on that particular motion? But I still want to hold my place in line.
Want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't. I'm not silly. I just want to thank Heath and Lisa and John Hirschberg because, I mean, we were here in 2013 with the first one. And if you've ever attended it, I mean, it is so empowering and powerful, and it is such a great event and such a special thing. So I thank you and your whole family.
Mr. Mayor, I too would like to snatch a victory from
I didn't see you there last year when I was writing. Okay, go ahead.
So I believe I was mayor in 2013 and had the privilege of inaugurating it that year. Also, full disclosure, my father-in-law is a retired oncologist, and my wife is the chairman of the board of the Cancer Support Community Los Angeles chapter. I very much believe in this event. I think you've really created a community-centric event, and I'm really pleased that you're part of our community, and thank you for doing this. Catalina Classic, really, our history. I'm so grateful for this event and want to support it, and both really deserve legacy status.
I'm going to go with actions speak louder than words. I'm ready to vote.
Honored to do so.
I thought my words were pretty good. I don't know.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now, on to the Chargers.
Now, can I still have my place in line?
Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you. First of all, I don't think there'll be any Buckeyes left by the 21st pick, so I'm just saying. I had a question. So Jill Lampkin brought up, you know, if they could have a perfect outcome, it would be a less setup time. And I understand having to do like tech during the day because of the, you know, be able to see the screen, et cetera. But in the staff report, you talked about a variance for setup. If you got that variance, so the variance would be 7:30 to 6 instead of, I think, what is it, 9 to 5, 8 to 5 or something. Would that help you need less, a day less to set up? I'm sorry, I'm asking. She can come up, right? She can answer that, right? Okay.
Great, thank you. The variance in speaking with Linda was more for load out. So she was suggesting that if we wanted to work through the evening, if that was permitted, we could load out so that we would essentially be clear by Friday morning. We are committed to doing that if that's something the city wants us to entertain. If not, we would load out on Friday during the day.
Okay, yeah, and that's something, I mean, I'm not prepared. I mean, I know that would probably bother residents actually to do a late load out. I'm more concerned about how we can cut down that setup time to impact the businesses less. So those are just some questions and concerns I have. It will have impact, but I think as my council, or as my MPT said, you know, fireworks is a lot more. The MB Open is more, and it would be obviously a lot of fun and great for the businesses, but there is an impact to the downtown residents, so I want to figure out how to thread that needle. So I'm listening.
Thank you.
I didn't say to you.
I know that. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, thank you. So just a moment, too, about the Tour de Pier and the Catalina Classic. Just fantastic events. Happy to support waiving the fees for them. Tour de Pier, everybody knows someone touched by cancer, and so thank you so much for the hard work that you put in there. Also, thank you for not putting my picture, you know, on the bike. Appreciate that. And then Catalina Classic, those are just some great people to work with, and to see that armada of, you know, paddleboarders and their support teams and everything like that. It's always just thrilling to see that out in that ocean. So thank you for the hard work. This is a difficult decision about the Chargers. We're just thrilled to support sports teams. We all know, you know, the ones that live here and practice close by and the like, and we've seen them throughout the years and decades, and it's just a lot of fun. That area has just been so impacted, you know, the past 3 years, you know, with the outdoor dining. It will be just a little over a month after the decks come down, and the downtown residents and the shop owners and even the restaurants to some, you know, to a degree, you know, have been impacted negatively, you know, by the decks. Yes, they were, you know, all due credit here with the city helping them. It did help them survive, but, you know, to bring the decks down, I don't know if we're going to remediate the surfacing of the streets, and the like by that time, but then to just have this huge event come in is, I just think, a little bit much for the residents and also the people that aren't there. There's going to be parking. People are going to try. They're not going to take the shuttle from SoFi. They're not going to take the shuttle from the Performing Arts. They're going to come in, and it's going to be, that's why I asked the question about the fireworks and any big event. It's going to impact the area well to the east of the event. And then the other dilemma, I remember I was on the 2012 Centennial Committee, and we worked on it for about 1.5 years. And I remember we were trying to come up with a signature event, and it involved almost the same footprint downtown. And it was just decided that it was just too much. We were going to bring in a carnival type thing. We're going to have food and, merchandise vending and all that sort of thing. And it's bringing a lot of activity, a lot of churn to that area. I'm very nervous of the fact that we can't control the crowd. And it may grow more than 10,000. I mean, we don't know, right? And that's why I asked again the question about the fireworks, how many people were there. And heaven forbid we underestimate the security and the fire, and the safety teams that are there. And then there's the other question too, is if we allow this, then we're going to be asked by other organizations that are equally terrific and equally, have fans and things like that. And how are we going to be able to say no? I mean, is it just that the Chargers got their foot in the door first? So somebody described to me, we're like Beverly Hills with a beach, and everybody wants to be. Well, I don't know how many want to be in Beverly Hills now, but that's very popular. But so are we. But we're known as a beach town. We have our signature events. We know where they are. People can plan. People probably plan their vacations around them. So I just think that this might set a precarious precedent. And I don't mean to be alliterative, but it's not a dangerous precedent and it's not unwelcome, but it's a precarious one, right? People have moved and lived downtown because they had an expectation of a lifestyle. And when that gets interrupted, 4 days that they're not planning on, they sometimes make their schedule around those events, the AVP, the big ones, the fireworks, whether they're here or not. So, for the idea of that precedent, I'm just not going to be supporting, this. And it breaks my heart because it'd be such a great event. But we got to respect our residents. I said earlier that we got to, we look after the welfare of our residents. So,
Councilmember Lesser?
I'm a Chargers fan. I go to games. Really excited that the Chargers are planning to site their headquarters and practice field in nearby El Segundo, and really want to become a greater part of our region and our community. But I share many of the concerns that Councilmember Franklin just articulated. We are a residential community besides offering this incredible location downtown. There's a certain expectation that many residents have who live down there, particularly on a school night and a work night, that they're not going to be faced with amplified music and a crowd, my gosh, probably not 10,000, but let's be real, let's be honest. With this sort of event, the whole point of it is to publicize the draft, and a lot of people will come. Where are we going to park so many vehicles? How are people going to be shuttled really, particularly at the end of a work night, work day? There's already some traffic. Most of our large events, like our fireworks, are on weekends. I'm just not seeing how this is really going to be feasible here, and yet I want you to feel welcome here, even if this is not the right fit. Doesn't mean that we're welcoming you, that everything might be proposed is something that should be executed. I'm also beginning to hear from businesses that they're concerned because, if anything, this takes out parking and will cause some businesses to not be able to have their customers for a certain number of days. So I'm also just regretfully troubled by the project as currently presented, and I recognize we're close to the date, and the chargers have to come up with a backup location or backup setup if this is not going to work, but I'm concerned about this proposal as presented.
Couple of questions of staff. Were the residents notified about this?
Not specifically notified, but it was on the Parks and Rec Commission agenda and discussed at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting in January.
We know how that goes, okay. And then things like the shuttle, where would the shuttle stop off and drop people off?
That I'm gonna leave. Oh, here in town?
No.
We have specific Uber zones that have been designated by the traffic engineer around town. I know there's one in front of the Vons on Valley. I believe there's one on 15th, right around here. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact locations right now, and I don't see Eric Zandvliet here in the audience. Oh, yes, I do. Glasses to these things. Do you want to address?
I mean, have these been worked out, determined ahead of time?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm City Traffic Engineer Eric Zandvliet. We're still waiting on the traffic plan and the parking plan. We don't exactly know how the proposal will come across. We would need to have shuttle drop-off locations close to the event. And so while
I'm wondering how many buses would be going through.
It would have to be a
downtown.
continuous run of buses, and if you're going to close the event at whatever time it is, 10 or 11 o'clock at night, you have to have a lot of shuttles in play at that time for everyone to leave.
Okay. And then thank you. Then to Lisa, the event itself, we talked about the speakers and what would be going on through the day. You need to keep people engaged, I assume. So we talked about, well, okay, some big announcement when the draft comes. But for the rest of the day, are you going to be playing music? Is it going to be announcing this or that opportunity to buy season tickets? Or what's going to be going on all day long on the microphone?
Sure. Most of the programming will correlate direct with the draft that's happening live. So essentially you're watching the draft on a live screen. After the picks, we'll go into maybe it's an interview with a current player or an alumni player.
But the draft, you said, start at 5, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So 2 to 5, what's going to go on there?
Live entertainment, whether it's our DJ or our drum line or some event programming to incorporate Miracosta High School and some of their entertainment teams. That window between 2 to 5 is when we plan to do that live entertainment and music. And then 5 o'clock, we shift into the live coverage of the draft.
And then commercial breaks and all that, DJ picks up during the commercials?
The DJ could pick up mild music. It wouldn't be amplified sound like from 2 to 5 where we're trying to draw a crowd at that point and provide some sort of live entertainment for them. It would be more for fill for programming, while maybe we had somebody that might be doing some sort of football analysis walking up onto the stage. There might be some instrumental in the background as he or she is walking up onto the stage. But really that programming during the draft is dedicated to what's happening on the screen live at the draft and some sort of, football analysis in between with interviews.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, Lisa, how are you back up again?
Sorry.
Just making
No
sure
other questions.
No. You answered the first one. Music is not continuously playing. That's a key point that everybody keeps harping on.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor said it right. That's a concern of ours because all of our events that we host that are large do not have music playing continuously. So that's a key issue. MB Open and Tour de Pier and Skechers all use amplified sound. True, not at nighttime. Amplified sound is happening. There's no doubt about that. It is not precedent setting, the volume of the crowd. Whether you get 10,000 or you get 5,000, they're still below other events that we host every year. The same concerns I've heard about parking have been going on since I lived there 30 years. Parking, parking, parking. But somehow, peer-to-peer, tour-to-peer, fireworks, MB Open, all seem to go through. something actually magic happens. People find a garage, they Uber, they walk off here, they ride a bicycle down, but people can find a way to get to the beach and the city doesn't implode. We managed through all of that, even through COVID. Thousands of protests, the city didn't implode because people couldn't find a garage to park. So as long as you remain flexible to the idea that we're really sensitive to music continuously, nighttime is a key, you guys can work around that, how you want to figure that part out of it. I think the solution here is the fine tune needs to be done. So I'll stop there, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, for my part, I share the concerns of my colleagues. I appreciate, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, what you're saying, but I'm more in line with Councilmember Lesser and Councilmember Franklin on this, and I'll say why. There are just too many unknowns right now. I wish we could, as Councilmember Lesser said, I wish we could find an event that fits you in here. I just don't see this as being it. I have great concerns mostly over the timing of it. The school night, the 10 o'clock, the difference between this and the fireworks is it's a holiday thing, fireworks, everyone's feeling good. We don't know after a bunch of people, we all know what happens after Six Man. We know what happens after the Manhattan Beach Open. And then there are going to be winners and losers in this in terms of businesses. The retailers probably won't experience as much of a bump as certainly the restaurants would, and certainly if the restaurants are catering the event. But, in terms of shuttle, getting everybody out, the mischief that can happen at 10 o'clock while everyone's waiting around, and then just hanging out in the bars afterward. And just, the other events I think work because they are part of the culture of the beach. I don't think we've figured out, how to mesh that football and beach culture yet. I think if we can find some way else to get you involved, to get an event that the Chargers are happy to put on here, that would be fantastic. But I don't see this as being that one. Appreciate your effort, though. So in terms of this, I don't know that a motion needs to be made unless someone wants to make one.
I can make the motion, but I can also count to three.
So I guess the motion would be to deny the request.
Yeah, if I may interrupt, Your Honor, if I could. Look, we appreciate this. This is not something new to us. We understand the tensions. We do our best always to mitigate those things. The last thing we ever want to do is to put you all in a compromising position or put your residents in a compromising position. We've always tried to come up with accommodations, whether it's limiting the crowd, limiting the sound, limiting the build-out. But the last thing we want is to create this tension. And I can read the votes too. I think it's best for us to withdraw the application and just say thank you for all your time. We appreciate that. And hopefully we'll come back with something and have more questions, more answers than questions. But we certainly understand, and we're sorry because we think it would be a great opportunity to showcase your wonderful city, but there'll be more. So
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, friend.
Well done. Very close.
Okay. All right, no action needed on that then. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And good luck, and go get them.
That takes us to item 14, consideration, and for council, we have a closed session after all this, by the way, for those who don't remember. Item 14, consideration of developing fees to recover costs related to electric vehicle charging at city facilities. It is 9:35. Is there anything that we need or want to put over?
Next one, 15.
Well, the budget one, we definitely want to hear this evening because there are some implications for future revenue sources that need to be resolved. Eric, is this one something we could postpone?
Absolutely. I think I've got 5 minutes for you, but
Go ahead and bring it on. I think we can dispatch this pretty quickly.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Eric Lee. I'm the Public Works Director. As the council is aware, the city does operate 28 EV charging facilities, or stations at 10 different facilities throughout the city. These provide free EV charging to the public. These stations were installed with clean air and clean transportation grant funds. And right now, the city currently bears 100% of the costs associated with electricity distributed through these stations. The parking meter fees associated with any of these stations do not accrue towards any offsets on the electricity distribution, and the ongoing maintenance and operation and eventual replacement of these stations are essentially funded by general tax funds. The city distributes approximately 323,000 kilowatt hours of electricity each year through these stations, and at our average rate of 28 cents per kilowatt hour, that's approximately $90,000 per year. And so staffs look at the as-is state of this infrastructure and the fact that we're not charging, and looked at other cities in the area that do charge. Some cities charge outright. Sometimes some cities do a combination of free and fee-based charging. And so I wanted to bring this issue to your attention and see, based on the prevalence of electric vehicles in our region, coupled with the fact that there are many cities that are charging for electricity, does the council have any interest in staff pursuing the development of fees to recoup these costs associated with electricity? And if that's something that you did want us to do, we would certainly bring back a proposal that could recoup not only the hard electricity costs, but any costs associated with ongoing maintenance and replacement.
Okay, we have a question from a Tesla driver. Go ahead.
We do. And in fact, that's what I wanted to say at the outset, which is my family owns electric vehicles, so I benefit from the current policy, but yet I am receptive to developing a policy. I just wanted to confirm, you and I have had an exchange. Other cities don't extract some revenue to offset the charging costs through their parking funds. You've confirmed that our city does not extract any funds from its parking fund to help pay for electricity. Is that right?
Not directly. It's correct, not directly. I mean, essentially, those parking fees are divvied up in a variety of funds, some of that being the general fund, and ultimately the general fund comes back and supports this infrastructure.
But if we asked or approved staff coming back with a policy, one option could be to explore the meter rates helping to pay for chargers if we wanted, for example, to promote electric vehicles.
Potentially.
Okay. What are the public policy reasons for incentivizing electric power?
Yeah, my understanding is that when some of this infrastructure was installed many years ago, part of the conditions of receiving outside funding was to offer free electricity, when California was really trying to incentivize electric vehicles, similar to providing HOV access for those vehicles. Those limitations and restrictions on all our infrastructure really don't exist anymore, and so we have the opportunity to begin recouping those costs if we want to.
Last question. I asked you if there's grant money out there to help defray our costs. You indicated that there are there not?
Correct. There's grants available on the charging infrastructure side, not necessarily to subsidize the provision of the direct provision of electricity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone want to hear my motion first, as I made it, or do you want to go?
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead, Councilor Franklin.
What's the cost to retrofit, or how do you manage collecting fees from drivers?
There are a variety of outside vendors that would love to get in business with us to provide that metering and charging, and we would explore that. And any costs we would bear would be rolled into our rates.
Okay, great.
So I've made a motion, and it is, and I know, but I want people who come before the microphone to understand why. And I am asking that it be brought back to monetize it, because I think the general fund, the taxpayers are subsidizing. There might be grants for the chargers, but the use of the electricity, there's plenty of incentives for people to get their personal incentives. There's financial incentives through tax breaks to get these vehicles. I don't think that incentive should continue on at every level, especially when I see the Teslas parked in our parking lot here overnight, every night. I think that there should be a charge to it. So I'm making that motion. I'll open it up to public comment, but that's for people to know. That's why I made the motion, and it's seconded by Councilmember Pro Tem Montgomery. So anyone want to come down and speak to this item? This is just to bring it back at this point. Okay, seeing none, anyone on Zoom? Okay, Mr. Zislis. Come on down. I asked you to come down.
Yeah. Hey, good evening, Michael Zislis. The driver of both of two electric cars. We're an all-electric car family. I think it's standard to pay for it now, but the charges you have are woefully poor. You know what I mean? They just don't charge well. They charge very slowly. So part of your program should be to maybe look for a vendor, increase how many you have, but make them, higher output DC chargers and charge for it. I don't mind it's just gasoline, you know, I mean, it's just like going to the gas station. So I just think we need better chargers. The ones you guys put in are really low AM, so.
Good point.
They're the bare minimum. Technology has changed.
Good point. Thank you. All right, Servizo.
That's a good point.
We've got a lot of different electric cars here, and some of these chargers don't charge some of the electric cars. And I think the first thing off that they should all be made so that all the electric cars can be used on them. Some of them only use a 110. I have one that only uses a 110. I've only got a couple of places where I can plug in, but I see a Tesla or something else, it's plugged in there all day long. But I can't even plug in my 110 charger, and I've had the electric car for 10 years. So I would like to see these all evened up. I would like to see more chargers, definitely. If we're going to go to electric, we need more chargers, but they've got to accept all the cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Just a quick question, just in terms of the direction to staff. I'm in favor of the motion, but I just wanted to see if we could broaden it a little bit, because I am curious about other cities that allow for someone who drives an electric car, not just you pay in the meter and then you have to pay for the charger. I'm just curious, is there some sort of bundled way to do that? I just welcome that in the report that staff brings back.
I think coming back with all the vendor information that we can to talk about better chargers, chargers that are more universal, and whether they can cover both things at once.
And grants and any other public policy that we should think about. That would be it.
Understood. Okay. Can we vote? There's a motion, vote. Please vote. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, next up, item 15. This is mid-year budget review.
I better get an electric car.
Golf cart. Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Napolitano, members of the City Council. My name is Steve Shirley, Finance Director for the city. Tonight I will be presenting the the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget report, including funding appropriations and staffing adjustments. Also, the proposed implementation of voter-approved Measure A back from March 9, 2019, increasing the transit occupancy tax by 2% from 12% to 14%. And finally, the fiscal year 23-24 budget development calendar. The general fund was adopted for fiscal year 22-23 with nearly a $1.4 million surplus, with revenues exceeding expenditures. Each year in January, we ask all departments to provide year-end estimates for revenue and expenditures to present during the mid-year budget report. General fund projections for fiscal year 22-23 indicate that revenues exceed expenditures by about $2 million. The projected higher surplus is a result of several revenue streams trending higher and staffing vacancies. Also, expenditures are projected slightly below budget. General fund revenues are expected to end the year with $1.6 million adjusted budget. Property taxes are higher by approximately $151,000 and are projected to finish above the currently budgeted amount, mainly due to the assessed property values. Sales tax is higher by about $500,000. Strong local economic activity returning after the pandemic, especially in downtown and the recently revitalized Manhattan Village Mall. Transit occupancy is higher by $600,000. Hotel occupancy rates seem to have returned to typical trends which have rebounded from the pandemic levels. TOT taxes from licensed short-term vacation rentals in the coastal zone are projected to come in at $120,000 this fiscal year. This is a new revenue source starting this fiscal year. Business license taxes will be coming in higher by $550,000. Business license tax is calculated upon the business license's prior year gross receipts. The citywide business mix is doing better as further indication of business rebound post-pandemic. Real estate transfer tax is lower by $225,000. This is based on sales during the transfer of a property and also as showing a slowdown in sales. Building plan check fees are lower by $200,000. The number of demolition permits issued is slightly under this time of year and lower construction activity as well. And service charges are up by about $215,000, mostly due to Parks and Recreation programming, which have come back in full operation post-pandemic. Tennis operations performed very well for us as the largest contributor to the revenue increase. A FEMA update. Since 2020, the city has submitted 10 reimbursement applications to FEMA totaling about $1.2 million. Staff continues to work closely with FEMA and meets periodically with our project manager. We currently have 5 project applications in final review, and we have 4 applications pending an eligibility review, with 1 application at the project initial review stage. Approximately $400,000 have been deemed ineligible. The city still has outstanding $800,000 with FEMA. General fund expenditures are expected to end the year about $100,000 lower than the adjusted budget. Salaries and wages are lower by $518,000 due to a high number of full-time vacancies, as well as employee benefits, $567,000 approximately. Most benefits expenditures track with salaries and allowances, which are lower due to vacancies. Contract and professional services are higher by about $1 million. Escalated expenditures in contract services, legal services, elections, and Parks and Recreation programs, which are offset by revenues. Materials and services are about $128,000 lower than expected. The training and conferences expenditures account for about half of this savings, again tied to the vacancies. Utility category expenditures are higher by about $85,000, primarily due to the rate increase imposed by Southern California Edison and other utilities. We have proposed mid-year adjustments. The following mid-year adjustments have been identified by staff as time-sensitive priority. We have 2 requests for appropriations, one in Public Works for $200,000 from the general fund for tree grates in the downtown. The second one is in community development, another appropriation from the general fund, request for $150,000 for outdoor dining, long-term outdoor dining consultant. We also have 2 special revenue fund reallocations. The first one is to reallocate $200,000 from the Ocean Drive Crosswalk Improvement Project to the crosswalk improvements alongside Ardmore and Valley Drive. The second one is to reallocate $100,000 from the TMDL Trash Capture Project for Measure W, the stormwater, to design a Peck Avenue Storm Drain Improvement Project. The proposed mid-year adjustment, there are 7 police officers that were approved at the City Council meeting on February 7th. The annual cost for this was $1.15 million from the general fund. Cost for the remainder of the fiscal year will be about $288,000. Also approved on February 7 were 3 police department administrative support positions, non-sworn, 1 police support supervisor, 1 background investigator, and 1 admin assistant. All 3 positions total $85,500 for the remainder of this fiscal year and $342,000 for the annual cost of these 3 positions. There are 3 additional upgrades, 1 in the fire department, 1 upgrade from admin analyst to management analyst. There's full detail in the staff report on these. Annual cost of about $5,000. An upgrade, 1 network administrator to technology systems engineer at a cost annually about $3,200, and 1 IT GIS analyst to GIS administrator, and this is about $4,000 annually. The revised projected surplus, general fund projects revenues over expenditures about $2 million. With the proposed adjustment for staffing, tree grates, and the long-term outdoor dining consultant, the revised projected surplus for fiscal year 22-23 is $1.25 million. Getting into Measure A, as part of the Manhattan Beach municipal election held on March 5th, 2019, residents voted on Measure A, which authorized the City Council to increase the city's transit occupancy tax rate by up to 4% to fund essential city services, including police patrols and crime prevention, fire and paramedic emergency response, as well as other general course city services. This was also authorized by City Ordinance 19-11. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the City Council deferred the increase to the city's TOT rate from 10 to 12% until July 2020. Based on the voter-authorized parameters written into Measure A, the City Council has the option to raise the TOT rate up to 14% effective after May 1st, 2022. Staff periodically monitors the TOT rates amongst various comparable cities in greater Los Angeles area, and current rates range from 12 to 16%. Similar to its coastal neighbors of Redondo Beach, the city of Manhattan Beach's current TOT is 12%. Many other cities in the area are TOT, including Hermosa Beach, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, and Culver City are at 14%, Malibu's at 15%, and neighboring LAX corridors at 16.3%. Raising the city TOT rate to 14% would allow the city to offset costs associated with adding the public safety staffing enhancements and align the city's TOT rate with the other nearby cities. Staff estimates that this increase could generate an additional $1.25 million annually. Staff has contacted area hotels in connection with the staff report for this evening. The council is considering increasing the TOT to 14% as authorized by the voters in the adoption of Measure A. Staff started notifying the 12 hotels by email and phone calls starting on February 15th. Staff also contacted the 50 licensed short-term properties within the coastal zone. If authorized by City Council tonight, staff will return with a draft ordinance for consideration at an upcoming City Council meeting. Also, staff will continue to have ongoing communication with the hotels and short-term rentals in the coastal zone. Based on the most recent elections in 2022, November of 2022, other cities that have had voter-approved TOT increases at effective dates of the increase were within 2 to 3 months of the election. And we went back several elections, and that seems to be the case. Our 5-year forecast. Every year, staff prepares projections for revenues and expenditures over the next 5-year period as the budget is developed. Estimates for revenues and expenditures growth are derived from using trend analysis, economic data, and known future changes. A 5-year forecast is included in the adopted budget. The city's 5-year forecast revised projection indicates the city's annual structural surpluses. Ongoing revenues are projected to exceed expenditures. Staff reviews and refines growth factors and updates revenue projections during the budget process. If the TOT is increased by 2% to 14%, increased revenues of $1.25 million, existing revenue resources will be used to accommodate the remaining $850,000 of the $2.1 million in recent public safety, police, and fire staffing investments. It's our 5-year forecast chart. This chart is the city's 5-year forecast showing in 3 separate reserve categories. The red column identifies the city's financial policy designation of 20% of annual general fund expenditures, or $17.3 million for fiscal year 23. The next category highlighted in yellow is the economic uncertainty, set at $4 million. And lastly, the unreserved fund balance is the blue at $10.7 million is what we have for fiscal year 23, based on the current projections that we made during this report. Please note this forecast is a snapshot in time and can change quickly with projects and priority changes. The 5-year forecast chart is shown to include the proposed increase to 14% from Measure A. So this does include the proposed increase. The largest impact to the general fund reserves, decreasing year over year, is the ongoing subsidy to the stormwater and street lighting landscape funds, which continue to offset surpluses and impact general fund balances by an average of $2 million per year. Over the next 5 years, transfer to these funds will be estimated around $10 million, as you can see the decreasing line over the years, in the out years. These funds receive revenue from assessments to property owners, which have not increased since 1996. Without a successful Prop 218 vote, funds will continue to require to subsidize the general fund to cover ongoing operations and capital expenses in these funds. The subsidies will continue to fluctuate as Public Works prioritizes time-sensitive projects in these funds, which will be reviewed with the upcoming CIP forecast during the budget process. Additionally, fund transfers and allocations of budgetary savings derived from the issuance of pension obligation bonds are reevaluated annually. Per the city's pension policy, current contributions of estimated annual savings of issuance of POBs are 40% to the CIP fund and 60% to future unfunded liability. Over the next 5 years, the general fund will transfer between $1 and $1.5 million to the CIP fund and $1.5 to $2 million for future unfunded liability. Based on comprehensive annual review, additional recommendations may be presented to City Council with the proposed budget in May. Budget Priorities Community Meeting was held on February 16th on Zoom. We had about 50 attendees at the height of the attendance, and about 10 to 15 non-staff members at the height of attendance who were able to get engaged and ask informative questions of staff. Staff provided a budget overview as well as budget video. Attendees had multiple opportunities to ask questions and comments. We also provided a fiscal year 23-24 timeline and additional opportunities for public input. I want to take a moment to thank the Civic Engagement Communication Team for their assistance with the online survey and the budget video. Both were available on the city's website. We received 70 responses in the first week on the survey, and we just checked today, we're over 140 responses, which is fantastic for all the years we've been doing this to get that much just from. So kudos for the Civic Engagement Team to get that out for us. And the survey will be up through February. Quick calendar budget timeline. The budget priorities meeting was on February 16th. The mid-year budget report is tonight. We are going to provide you with a proposed budget on May 2nd, followed by a few more opportunities with the budget study sessions on May 9th and May 23rd. There'll be another opportunity at the regular council meeting on May 16th, and our goal is for a public hearing budget adoption on June 6th. Recommendations for tonight is receive the mid-year budget report for fiscal year 23 and the fiscal year 24 budget development calendar. Appropriate $723,722 from the general fund and approve the other fiscal year 23 budget change request. Approve fiscal year 23 staffing adjustments identified in the staff report, and authorize staff to draft an ordinance implementing voter approved Measure A to increase the transit occupancy from 12 to 14%. Available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. We have questions. Councilmember Lesser, questions?
Two quick questions.
Okay.
First of all, thank you, Finance Director Trillian. There was a reference to how overtime for public safety sworn has been running above projection. Is that right? So just to confirm what I think is the obvious, but I think it needs to be stated, the hiring of additional positions will, at least in part, offset that overtime going forward, correct?
Correct. There'll be some offset.
There's
We're
an
going
excess.
through the budget process right now, so those will be identified when we bring that back to you on the proposed
Thank
budget.
you. Next quick
You're
question
welcome.
is, this council discussed the challenge of finding revenue sources to pay for capital improvement projects. And I think the mayor was quite eloquent in indicating that we really need to explore how we come up with more than just the leftover scraps for doing so. Would the logical place for that discussion to begin to review options be the Finance Subcommittee?
That is correct. We do have such an item going to the Finance Subcommittee. Hasn't been scheduled yet, but it will be towards the end of March. Our goal is to just keep it moving and bring something back to council.
Okay. I was going to make a motion for a future agenda item, but perhaps that's the logical starting place for that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Your Honor, thank you. Director Trillian, those of us who were here in COVID that were actually remember what happened. Remind us all, we asked for FEMA to reimburse $1,190,238. They considered ineligible almost $400K of that. So the remaining $798,163. How often do we actually talk to FEMA? It's been over 2+ years. So is it once a quarter? Once every 6 months?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. It's been challenging holding on to a FEMA representative that will hold on to it. So they've had a lot of turnover. But my team communicates to them as periodically as possible. Sometimes that's once a month, sometimes that's twice a month. But we do communicate with them when we hear the same thing, which is these are in review, these are ineligible. They do ask us questions. So we've submitted items. They'll say, can you provide supporting documentation for this? Can you provide supporting documentation for that? And we're on it right away because time is of the essence. So we turn those around to them right away. They say, thank you, we received it. But we're still going through this process. So we are spending quite a bit of staff time working with FEMA, but they're having a hard time keeping program managers to oversee these type of reimbursements. But we have 800,000 outstanding.
So follow that one. Do we meet all the filing requirements? In other words, doesn't expire because of their own, I don't want to say inept I would say, because of their own backlog, we don't lose our position, right? Our claim is in.
Our claim is in, and we have identified and validated all of our claims are in. They're just going through the process. What's important to note, too, is they had an initial ruling of what was eligible ending in September of 2020. We got as much as we could right before there. The bulk of this was submitted right before there, because they changed the rules for things to become more ineligible, things that they were already accepting up to September. But then they changed the rules again, saying those items that were eligible, and we made sure that they were eligible before September, are no longer eligible. So we're going with that challenging.
I'm hoping the council members Howorth and Lesser can ask our congressman to take a peek at that. Thank you, Director Schroyen.
You're welcome.
I'm sure he would listen to all of us.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the report. Really appreciate it, you and
You're
your
welcome.
team. So on page 4, with talking about those FEMA reimbursements, I just found it a little confusing, or maybe it's just me. It said pending final review 5, pending eligibility review 4, and so is that the $392,075, or has that already been denied, ineligible?
The 4 pending ineligible in review are the ones that are ineligible for reimbursement. So we got confirmation that those 4 are the $392,000 that are ineligible. And what's left over is the $798 for reimbursement review.
So they're not pending any more review then?
No.
Okay, so just eliminate that word. Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll open up to the public then. Anyone want to come down and speak to this item? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Napolitano and council members. My name is Jeremy Saab. I live on the cross street of 23rd and Peck. And I wanted to talk about the storm drain of Peck that was mentioned here. First, I want to thank Mr. Lee and all of the city personnel who have been working hard every time it rains to go there and deal with the storm drain, which is broken currently and waiting to be fixed. I understand it's a long process and it has a high cost to fix it. So I appreciate everything that's being done, and I appreciate the plan to have a long-term solution for it. I do want to alert you, however, that I do find that this plan might be a little too slow for what this problem is, and maybe more should be done as well. So I understand a lot of challenges and things that need to be dealt with as we think about that, as the city thinks about that. But I think the plan might be not up to the standard of a city like Manhattan Beach. You might not recall all the details of that plan, but I think part of it is to review the way the water gets evacuated on the streets in the east side of Manhattan Beach. And I think it sounds like a really good plan. Tim Bursitel, I think, sorry, I'm misspelling his name, shared with us the plan, and it makes a lot of sense. But he also shared with us some ideas beyond this that might cost more to the city, but would be really helpful, like building a dry well, for example, on Marine Avenue, and a few other ideas that would be complementary and that would leave some of the stress that is currently on that rainstorm or storm drain, whatever you call it, and on the future plan of getting the water away from that cross street onto other streets, into the Polywalk Park. So I just want to make sure that these additional items are considered. They are high priority, I think, for the neighborhood.
Appreciate it. Sorry, the buzzer went off. Okay, so that's your time for speaking, but I think we get it. And let me ask something of Director Lee after we have other speakers.
Thank you. Sorry for going
That's
over.
okay. The buzzer didn't go.
Thank you.
Jim says no more. Don't know how to talk? Come on. All right, anybody else in the audience want to talk to this? Speak to this item? Okay, is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, Mr. Zislis?
Yeah, I'm calling about the TOT tax increase. You know, I just find that, you know, Redondo Beach is at 12%. And I love, you know, I always love the way the city say, our city manager at this city makes this much, so we got to pay more for ours. Vice versa. They always use these comparisons, but you know, 12% seems to be the right rate nationally. And also, you know, just because some cities are run poorly, like maybe Santa Monica, where they bring up the rate, we're a very well-run city. And I also think when this went into effect, the short-term rentals wasn't an issue, but now, you know, now that short-term rentals are approved in the coastal zone, you know, by that lawsuit, there's going to be a lot of revenue coming in from the short-term revenue. So I would propose that you look at taxing short-term rentals, taxing High Rose Project when they do their rentals, and use that revenue to offset the city's short fund and not put it on the current hotels that put us in a competitive disadvantage. That's my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in Zoom? Okay, anyone else here in the audience? All right, seeing none. Director Lee, and is this something separate that should be brought back if there are additional issues that might be able to be addressed?
Yeah, so the request tonight as it relates to this project is really just to appropriate funds to allow us to begin the hydrology and hydraulic study that's necessary to mitigate these issues. And so our recommendation is that the council would approve that. Our staff has been in close contact with Mr. Saab and his family and his neighbors. We will continue to do so. I know he has some different ideas about what we should be considering, and we're going to do the best we can to mitigate the issues, and we'll bring back a proposal for the council that is meaningful.
Okay, might include some alternatives. I think someone said about cisterns or dry capture or something like that.
Dry well.
Perhaps. We're gonna hire an engineering firm that specializes this and ask them to help us come up with the best solutions.
Okay, sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
I'll start us off, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, you made a motion too, so if you can tell everyone your motion as well.
I'll read the motion first. Oh, sorry, there we go. So I'll start at the very beginning. To receive the report, the appropriate funds, approve staffing adjustments, and authorize staff to draft an ordinance implementing voter-approved Measure A that approved an increase in the transient occupancy tax to 14%. So to add to that, everyone seems to forget the amnesia that happens between COVID 2020 and now. The $800,000 the city was not receiving in revenue because we bypassed, to help our restaurants, retail survive, meter revenue. Continue that for 2 years in the back of your mind. Add the numbers up. $300K a year you do for holiday bagging. I know it's something we do at Goodwill, but it's not revenue to the city. And we're going to help Chief Johnson, and she's going to find 7 quality new officers to help Captain Enriquez help his duties. So all those things add up. I'm thinking to myself, where's the revenue going to come from, Bruce? You can't keep digging the reserves to bail you out. There's no more ARP funds, folks. There's no more federal government money coming to us. People think we have an endless well of money. I don't want to use a dry well thing. I just want to use the word well. So we don't have that well of money to talk about anymore. You can't keep giving and giving and giving. You have to stop. And this is one thing. Do I like our hotels to be impacted? No. We don't have short-term rentals at High Rose. I know that's a next-door claim. We're not having short-term rentals at High Rose. Will the coastal commission, our coastal properties in the downtown area affect our TOT tax? Maybe, some. We don't know the number. But it's not going to be $1.5 million to pay for Chief Johnson and our officers. And outside of EV charging expense, what expense has not gone up since 2020? Name me one. We know milk, we know gasoline keeps going. So what else is there? So it's time to stop and reset that button. The governor's doing it on the 28th. So this is I wouldn't say less painful way. It's necessary. It's a requirement for us to move forward, not just keep up Beverly Hills and Hermosa and not Malibu at 15% or LA at 16. We're in the right gap here. We don't have the size of Redondo or the size of Torrance or the size of Santa Monica. But what we do have is the pride. People want to stay here. And with that, you help us pay for that quality of life that you want us to have and the services you want us to have. This is where you step up, folks. This is where you say those that come here have to do what we think is best for the city and not keep hemorrhaging cash out to pay for the services you want. So that's why I made the motion, Your Honor.
Okay, and second by Councilmember Howorth.
Absolutely. I look forward to supporting Chief Johnson and her officers. Sounds like a band.
Any other discussion? Okay. Mr. Favor?
Well, just, I also look forward to the bolstering of public safety. It's definitely a priority that the residents have expressed, that to go back to that peace of mind that we all were looking for when we came here, and picked Manhattan Beach as a place to live. Our own police department, our own fire department, our own schools, well-run city. So we're going to have to probably make some decisions down the road on some things, but for right now, let's keep the city a desirable place to live and a desirable place to visit. And I think we'll do well. Thank you.
Okay, and I agree. One of the things that you hear so often is Manhattan Beach is no bigger than it was 20, 30 years ago. Population's the same as it was 20, 30 years ago. But the thing that has changed over time is expectation and also demand for services. And a lot of those are external to us too, not just internal. We understand the desire for more police and more fire, and we want to lower our overtime and defray some of those costs. But we have a lot of mandates from the state, from the federal government, that unfortunately requires consultants because it takes our staff away from their normal duties to do these things. And they want report after report after report. And our housing element is a huge undertaking. A downtown outdoor dining is going to be a huge undertaking. All these things are big undertakings, and they require money. What makes a city go? It's funding. And we have really endless needs, but very limited resources to provide for those. And that's why we do increase along with everyone else. I'm sure what the hotels are charging today isn't what they charged 4 or 5 years ago, or certainly not during COVID. And the 14% is meant to be competitive, but it's also meant to provide service for the visitors who come and use and stay in the hotels. And we want to ensure that they're safe on our streets, and that Manhattan Beach remains a destination to a lot of folks. So that's why we have to continue these things. And to Councilmember Lesser's point, we need to look at the storm water fund, and we need to look at our long-term funding for capital improvement projects. And we have to find a way to fund those so that we can meet the expectations of our residents. Because while we are seen as an affluent city, Beverly Hills and the beach, I like to think that Beverly Hills is the Manhattan Beach of inland whatever. Go ahead if you want it. But the problem with that is that the city hall isn't affluent as well. It doesn't mean that city government has the same wealth as the people who live here, but the people who live here do have expectations of this city. So we're trying to meet those expectations, and that's what budgets are about. They're about priorities. And we're making the priorities, we're making public safety our priority. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a voting screen, please?
Oops.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, real quick, let's get through some of these. We've got city council requests, including AB 1234 reports. Any AB 1234 reports, anybody?
None for me.
Okay. Item 17, consider request by Councilmember Howorth and Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery to discuss a local transportation grant opportunity. This is just to get a third vote or not. Is there a third vote for this?
Can there be just an articulation of what this opportunity is? Because that's not clear from the report.
Yeah, I mean, the Downtown Business Association has been in conversations with Circuit who is one of those providers that does sort of.
Revamp of the downtowner.
I'll be your
it
third
is-
vote.
Okay, thank you.
There you
Please
go.
please don't utter the word downtowner again, though.
Downtowner. Okay, item 18, consider request by Councilmember Franklin and Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery to discuss a meeting with Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office.
I'll give you a
This
third
needs a
vote.
third vote as well.
I'll give you the third vote.
Okay, there you go. All right, future agenda items, anybody?
You addressed the one that I was going to raise about the Finance Subcommittee exploring revenue opportunities for capital improvement project.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, sir.
All right, city manager report.
None tonight, thank you.
City attorney report.
None tonight.
Okay, we got future meetings, but then we're going into closed session. So we're going to, council recess into closed session.
You don't want to adjourn now? I mean, for in the honor.
No, we typically don't. I mean, we.
Wait till, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
we
Mr.
typically
Mayor, I
don't.
just
Correct.
didn't.
And do we
Sorry.
need to make that motion to extend the meeting?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting
So moved.
if needed?
Past 11. Yeah,
Past
if
11.
needed.
The motion is to extend beyond
There's
11:30.
motion is second, please vote.
Is that clock right?
It's 10:19.
Okay.
15.
Motion passes.
Okay.
5-0.
So if you're ready for an announcement, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, the City Council will now go into closed session to discuss the public employee performance evaluation of the city manager.
And, Will, to your question, that, the item's coming back. Okay, we're back and we'll report out from closed session. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor. The City Council went into closed session to discuss the item identified on the agenda. It'd be appropriate at this time to adjourn this meeting after, I guess we have memorial.
2 adjournments.
To adjourn to next Tuesday, the 28th.
No. It's Tuesday, the 28th.
All right.
Well,
For a
so
closed session.
Tuesday.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So if you will please join me in adjourning in the memory of 2 of Manhattan Beach's finest. We have first Bob Woods. Bob was a resident of Manhattan Beach since 1992, served in the U.S. Navy as a hospital corpsman, providing emergency care to U.S. Navy and Marine personnel. Assigned to the Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton, he served as a combat medic for the Marines. After retiring from civilian employment, Bob came to the Joslin Center and began as a volunteer with the older adult program. He was energetic, multi-talented, and volunteered to do anything from serving lunches to playing the piano and leading the singing for the By Heart music program. Bob transitioned from volunteering and joined the older adult program staff as a recreation leader in February of 2016. In addition to performing the duties of a rec leader, he used his skills and training to facilitate a Friday agility, balance, and coordination class, even Zooming it weekly from his home gym when Joslin was closed during the pandemic. Bob also provided music for the Acting Out Again group and arranged the lighting and sets for the group's performances. He started the weekly Color Your World program and was instrumental in decorating Joslin Center for the holidays and special events. Bob enthusiastically assisted with whatever needed. Survived by his spouse, Jim, Bob is missed, and we appreciate all that Bob did for our seniors, our older adults here in Manhattan Beach, and he put a great dedication and heart into it. Next, we want to recognize the passing of Bernadette Gradney. Bernadette retired as the Executive Secretary to Police Chief Eve Irvine on her birthday on December 8th, 2014. Upon retirement, she relocated to Portland, Oregon. Bernadette started working at 15 years old and served in the police records section for 1 year prior to becoming the Executive Secretary to Police Chief Ernie Clevisol from 2004 to 2005, Executive Secretary to Police Chief Rod Ueda from 2005 to 2010, and finishing her career supporting Police Chief Eve Irvine as Executive Secretary from 2010 to 2014. Bernadette always had an excellent attitude and was very passionate about her duties. Bernadette's professionalism always exceeded expectations and was never too busy to help another employee who was struggling. She was a genuinely caring person and truly wanted to assist whenever appropriate. She was very approachable and treated employees in the community with respect. Police Chief Irvine received many compliments from residents and community members on Bernadette's professional demeanor. Bernadette continued to contribute her efforts to the South Bay Police Fire Memorial Foundation by acting as a committee member for the golf tournament fundraiser, which I played in many times. She worked many volunteer hours to make sure that the fundraiser was a huge success. I can tell you it was. She did great work there. Bernadette was also known to be very positive and motivating. She represented herself as well as the Manhattan Beach Police Department with professional poise and personal style. Bernadette was a very social person and was often sought out by employees for many reasons, which was an excellent quality. During her time with the city, Bernadette received commendations for her efforts in many city and police department events, such as the Special Olympics Torch Run, the police department's first Coffee with a Cop event, the charity dunk tank at the Hometown Fair, and the Baker to Vegas Challenger Cup. Bernadette will be missed, and we wish the best to her family. In their names, we will have a moment of silence before adjourning the meeting. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Tuesday.